Hi. Hey. What's up? It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's Friday morning on 9:17 in the morning on 5/15/26. It's May 15, 2026, and it's 68 degrees in my house. I got a cat in my lap and a drink in my hand, and I'm playing some Eve and some Rust. Love you guys. I switched up the stream to start going 24/7 today. I'm just going to go 24/7 all the time, all cat channel. And I love you guys. Thank you so much for your time. I'm going to drop it out the big face. I don't have much more to say. I'm just going to get to the video games. Going to record a session. I bought a worm and a mar. Now I'm headed back out to do some questing and stuff. Hey, I got 4 tarps off that. Not bad, not bad.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
I can put engines on my ship too, which is also really good.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh no, I have other stuff I need to recycle here, huh? Oops.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Named mob. I need 10 more named mobs for this reward track. So I can do the grids with my skiff. I mean, I bet you can. People sleep on the
Approaching
DPS.
Stargate.
That the
Damn it,
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
skiff can do. I'm telling you right now. I respect the combat skiff. Same.
His eyes look
honestly,
sharp.
It's a.
He looks
it's
like he is in a decent state. He's analyzing. He's observing. He's taking it.
Stop. So,
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Named mob. I need 10 more named mobs for this reward track. So I can do the grids with my skiff. I mean, I bet you can. People sleep on the DPS that the skiff can do. I'm telling you right now. I respect the combat skiff, samesies. Honestly, it's an 07 from me. It's hilarious. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna kill these mobs. This ship is so good. Within 34, just hitting stuff. So much damage, so much application that we're doing to these, that we're actually going to go back. We're going to wait till this one is at 100, and then we're going to go back to beta. I want to push one of them up a lot, so we're going to wait till this is at about 100 to give us some time, and then we're going to push back to beta. That's what we're going to do. We're going to try to get all 3 sites. We got 15 minutes. I think we can. We got we'll get another like 2 waves on each. Let's make sure we're reloading in between. Let's go to beta. Let's start aligning to beta. And gamma is at 100 right about meow.
Active.
Fantastic. Let's go. We're going to go to beta. We're going to pump up beta's numbers. All right. Back on it. And look, we warped in as some mobs were here. Fantastic. Let's go take these nerds out. We'll turn on our afterburner whenever there's mobs. When you're in a missile ship, you might as well always have a prop mod on when there's enemy mobs. Always. Because your speed does not impact your DPS in a missile ship specifically. If this was a gunship, I would not be orbiting something and moving away from these ships. I would be keeping other ships at range. Can I defang a mob? He's railgunning me. He's nuding me. He's got newts. This is wild. Full rack newt Vexer, my man. Doing it. Goodness gracious. This is another elite mob we can use for our reward track. As you can see, look, mom, no hands. The Cerberus is just... It's just him. The Cerberus is just him. We do so much damage. We're going to keep on... This is still frightening to me. I'll be honest with you. Turn off the spinny bits. Fantastic. We're still in our complex. We're orbiting. We're going to defend this one as much as we can. We're going to wait to warp to gamma.
Or why do you turn off the afterburner in between stuff?
Because your warp speed goes up with afterburner. Sorry, your align time goes up with afterburner on. So, see how we're sub 6? Look right here. Sub 6 seconds. Turn this on. We're sub 8. So we gain 2 seconds on the warp out. That's bad. What if a bunch of catalysts start warping in and we're in trouble? I do think we're going to be able to get half with the Cerberus. The Vexer Navy was really struggling with this. All right, let's turn the afterburner on when the nerds are close and get our stuff going. Technically, you should go after the E-warship first, but watch. One volley. I'm just going to do one volley. Does one volley kill these nerds? A single volley. Does it work? One volley. Boom. Looks like 2 volleys, maybe. 2 volleys. Looks like 3 volleys. All right, once they started moving quick, the first volley, they were standing still, just like I told you. And they did not die. Sorry, they did die. And the second time they were moving kind of fast, so they did not die. Gamma, I think we are going to be able to get all 3 sites here. Let's turn this off. We'll see. You think Warpath Defend Cruiser is the best way to blaze through the event? Yeah, I think so. Because you can do it in a destroyer, but you're just going to get more stuff. Now look, it's contested, but we're not warping yet. And now it says capturing. Let's go to Gamma. Gamma says capturing. Let's warp on down. Let's start defending. And we're also going to get an elite mercenary here for our reward track. So be careful if you use the new drones. So I went full drone DPS on my VNI. Good Shadow. So did we. That was the ship we used at the start of this event, was the Vexer Navy issue. And it had no problems whatsoever. Absolutely. So let's just quickly lock this nerd up. Turn on the afterburner. Turn on the shields. Once again, you want to keep your speed up when you're fighting the elite mobs, no matter what ship you're in, because they do actually hurt, and they do some pretty significant E-war too. And because this is an ENI, I expect this to have just no E-war and all gas, just all DPS. You're looking at the angular velocity here too. Under 4 is still, there's the E-war, it just scrams you, forces you to do something. Under 4 is still kind of what we want. But when you're in a missile ship, you don't really care about the angular velocity because it's relative to you. When you're in a gunship, you want to stare at the angular velocity. That's why we have it on our overview. So a lot of you can go use our overview guide. Exclamation point overview in chat will link you to our overview. You can copy the overview you see on my screen and use it for yourself. Once again, we're going to clear these mobs, and then we're going to wait for it to go back up to 100, and then we're going to go back to beta. We're going to give us a little bit of time. I like to just wait until it's at 100, because you can see by the time we warp to it, it went from like 105 to 73. It's not like it's going to get, you know, taken, but I just like a little bit of buffer just in case, So don't orbit in turrets. That's not what the tutorial taught me. Here's what it is. If you're in a turret ship, you have options. If you keep them at range,
Approaching Stargate.
they are doing maximum application to you. You are also doing maximum application to them. You can choose to, I
Want to do more damage. I'm in a turret ship.
keep them at range. If you are taking it in the teeth, especially with these elite mobs, orbit them, because you still do application to them, but theirs is suboptimal too. That's what you want to do. You want to choose. The point with anything but a missile boat is you have options. Keeping it range increases the damage you take and increases the damage you deal. Orbiting, if you can get away with it, makes it so you have some health getting back because you're not taking as much. It's called speed tanking, boys. This is all part of Eve, is learning how to maneuver, how to fly your spaceship. Let's turn on all of our stuff. Great. Boom, boom. So we've got another. I'll hit this one first, even though I shouldn't have. And then this Omen Navy issue was actually the only ship that gave us problems in the VNI. We had to overheat. By the way, we haven't had to overheat once. We haven't needed any of the consumables. Oh, 70. It's not been a problem at all so far. I am liking this. Good. And after this, we're going to be able to finish beta. And if we do this right, I think we'll be able to finish gamma as well. We only got 6 minutes left. We might be able to do this. You see, this guy is not dying. What is with this nerd? He's just tanking everything. Am I within optimal? 34. Yeah, well within optimal. He was just armor tanked, I guess. I'm getting webbed too. Just taking some damage here. It's going to be close. We got 5 minutes left, but we might be able to get 3 sites on the Warpath grid. This is the new Capsuleer Day focused site. If you want to do this in a less skill point ship, we have a bunch of fits for you at exclamation point fits or in the YouTube description when this becomes a video. So our Eve workbench houses all the goodies. Cerberus, I'm flying through this with the Cerb. The VNI, there was no way we were going to be able to get to do 3 sites. With the Cerberus, absolutely we're going to be able to do 3 sites if we time this correct. So now we're ticking up to 50 out of 300. Once we hit 300, we're going to go to Gamma. Then we're going to finish this off. Look at that. Let's go, go, go. Go, 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 Sean. It's good to see. We're going to be able to finish 3 Warpath sites, it looks like. We're in a Serb. Let's go do it. Let's orbit this boy and lock up these nerds. And we do have a named mob the moment we come on here. So let's just quickly take this guy out, and then we're going to hit this ENI right now. Always be descanning. Always be descanning. Now, we haven't seen anybody because we're far from Caldari space. That's the most, densely populated area. But you're seeing why, if there was people here, we don't want anybody else to get credit for this ENI. We don't want anybody else to get credit for the special mobs, because if we do the bulk of the DPS to them, then we will get credit for it. So we are not running webs. We're not running painters, because helping other people apply is going to help other people get credit for those kills, and we're not doing that here. I really like Afterburner off in this event because it helps us to do warp out quick. Shift R, return drones to bay. Control R, reload weapon. So many of you are right-clicking this, come back. How many of you did not know this? Type 1 in chat. Shift plus R equals drone, come on back. Drone, come back. And then Control R is reload. How many of you did not know this? This is big.
Kitty,
I
you
know
gotta
that's
get up.
terrible diction,
I'm
but
sorry.
I will keep it
Yeah, you ready
going.
to
I
sit
always
that up?
Shift R, Control R, boom, done.
Okay.
Good stuff, chat. We're about to finish. We got 1 minute left. It's gonna be close. I wonder if I could have microed this a little better. If I overheated my missiles, I could have done better DPS. I wonder if in a minute and a half we can get 100 points. If another wave spawns, we probably won't. Let's find out though. Alt F4 does not increase drone damage. Till I told this time. Please don't demonetize me, YouTube. You're welcome, Goblina. Enjoy it. You're gonna have a good time. For 30 seconds. I don't know. It's gonna be down to the wire if we're getting all 3. Gonna be down to the wire. We're gonna stop our ship super quick. Now I've heard we're in complex gamma. If you kind of align a little bit to the left at gamma, That's the way to do it. I've heard this. Oh, man. With 10 seconds left, the mobs spawn, and it looks like we're not going to be able to do it. Very, very frustrating. And we're going to kill off the warpable first. Warp to the extraction point. Once this guy dies, we're going to warp to the extraction point. And that's it. Let's get there. Where's the extraction point? So it was a little bit to our left. I made sure to turn off my afterburner because we warp faster with it off. We did not get all 3. We only got 2. Only got 2. That's fine. That's how the cookie crumbles. Now you want to warp to these quick because people will ninja these. People, they will seagull the heck out of these. And thank God we warped close to this. But if you don't warp close to this, you can use your afterburner to get it. We would have gotten way more loot had we gotten all 3 sites. So that's how to do it in a Serb and other assault cruisers. We're going to warp back to there. You can get some goodies from this. You can turn these in like we told you in the beginning of the video. So if you want more Capsuleer Day guides and 2022 focus guides, that's this 2020, 2022. What? 2026. What year is it? Focus guides. That's this playlist right here. And sub right here for the best Eve guides in 2026. I promise I'm not a time traveler. We'll see ya in the next video. Thanks very, very much.
We're going to talk about how this Chud shooting...
Autopilot jumping.
problem is just crazy and exposes a lot. Rashid's dangerous Taiwan threat to Trump and more are freaking people out about what happens next. And where this Georgia election could change everything, but almost no one knows about it. We're talking about all of that on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show, your daily dive into the news. So buckle up, hit that like button, and let's jump into it, starting with this. It's got to be one of the most racist people I've seen on the internet in maybe ever or a long time, which is really, that's a crazy high bar. Considering the existence of Elon Musk's version of Twitter or old school Call of Duty lobbies, has now found himself in what many have been predicting was going to be the inevitable outcome, though maybe one that he won. So his name is Dalton Etherly. He's 28 years old, but some people know him as Chud the Builder.
We're sick
Why would you name yourself that? You fucking chud.
of living in the bomb shelter as white people. We're
What? Oh my god, fucking racist. Shut the fuck up. What does chud mean to him? To me, it means a Republican idiot.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested.
Cannibalistic humanoid
Docking
underground
request
dweller
accepted.
and originates from 1984 film Chud, but is now used to describe ugly, stupid people. Most notably in the Kevin Smith film Clerks 2. The phrase is mostly used in America, but it's now starting to become popular in the UK. Cannibalistic humanoid underground dweller. Oh no, what happened there? Oh, never mind.
sick of being told that we don't have the freedom of speech anymore. Says who? My ancestors fought and died for that. I'm going outside, I'm taking my helmet, I'm taking a deep breath. Look, nothing's gonna happen. They're just gonna keep chimping out regardless on whether you call them the word or not.
Right, and that guy, he's now been charged with attempted murder. So let's start with some context. Chud the Builder, he styles himself as a free speech patriot. What that appears to really mean is that he films or streams himself walking around in public, calling black people the N-word and challenging them to fight. It's generally what I describe as just disgusting content, but apparently there's a number of people that want to watch it because he's got hundreds of thousands of followers. And as he's been getting more and more attention, his bigoted antics, they've kind of escalated more and more, with him appearing to use pepper spray on someone who knocked off his hat last week, for example.
You heard me. Fuck your shit. Touch me again.
And more than once, he's landed himself in hot water. Like last November, he got arrested for harassment, or last week, he was arrested again for an incident that happened at a steakhouse in Nashville. Apparently, somebody called the restaurant to notify them that a notorious bigot was there, and then the staff asked him to stop recording.
Filming? We're live streaming. Okay, you can turn that off, please. Hey man, don't touch me. I'm not touching. I can leave if you didn't ask me to leave. Don't come in my face like that, sir. I'm not. I'm just asking you not to record video in the restaurant. And that's fine. We can leave. Hey, Pajit, calm down. Why don't you go in the street? Why don't you go poop in the street? Hey man, don't get aggressive with me. We'll get up and leave. Thanks for the free food.
Though according to the police affidavit, that food was not free. It actually cost $371 and
$371.
Still, it appears that he left without paying, unless you considered a handful of racial slurs payment, and then he continued to make a scene outside.
Well, I would not.
You're a pleasant white man.
Because they just kicked us out because apparently my content offends them.
Leave my guests alone, sir.
Don't come here. They don't like freedom.
Shortly after that, he was back on the street hurling the N-word at a guy and making monkey noises.
Look at him chimping out.
Wow. What?
Go climb a tree. Somebody get him a banana.
Right, and so with that,
What? Oh my god. Ugh. Now I have to go 16 jumps because I forgot the damn relic analyzer. And that's safer. No. There, just go there and then come back. Fucking so annoying. Go buy a relic analyzer. So dumb.
he ended up being charged with theft to services, disorderly conduct, and resisting arrest. And so now, apparently, he's well known in this community for this shit. Pretty much no one likes him. And even Nick Fuentes, right, the white nationalist, who maybe you've seen a video where he's talking about how he thinks Hitler is cool. He thinks that Chud lobs the N-word at people so aggressively that it's a bit much.
I don't think people should be fired for uttering the word. And I think it's a funny word. I don't think it should be treated like a blasphemy, but let's be honest, it's not a nice thing to say. It's actually not a very nice thing to say, and I don't know that we should actually be out there saying, hey man, we should be able to go up to black people and start blasting a slur that offends them without expecting them to be offended.
But now the reason that we're talking about this today is about what happened
Indeed,
yesterday.
Hitler.
He would cut the
Indeed.
builder going to the Montgomery County Courthouse in Clarksville, Tennessee, where he had a civil case. So that one, not over racist harassment. He was reportedly there for an unpaid debt. Well, while he was outside of the courthouse, he got into an altercation with someone that witnesses described as a black man, and you can see the video of the fight here. And it's not 100% clear exactly what happened, but reportedly a gun was fired, and shortly afterward, Chud live-streamed himself talking to first responders, saying that a group, including the black man, were laughing and pointing at him as he walked by, and then...
He said, walk away from me. I walked away from him. He came back up to me. He literally said, I have PTSD. I feel like I'm in... He said, you start saying all that chimp out shit to me, I'm gonna hit you. He hit me, started wailing on me, even after I had to defend myself by shooting him.
Now, according to authorities, that man was hospitalized and is in stable condition. Also, Chud apparently shot himself during the scuffle, according to the district attorney general, though he was only grazed. So at first, he got charged with aggravated assault, reckless endangerment with a deadly weapon, and employing a firearm during a dangerous felony. But now, some of the biggest news is that he is facing another charge, attempted murder. And as far as the reaction that you're seeing to this, it really depends on which corner of the internet you go to. Though I will say, a big thing that you're seeing is, besides concern for the shooting victim and the glee over the arrest, is a lot of people going, I mean, what did people expect? What did Chud expect? People arguing that you can't go around with a gun yelling racial slurs at people and challenging them to fight in the most obnoxious way possible and not expect something to happen. With many saying that what he's doing was incitement, especially when it appears that he's constantly posted about how he's ready and willing to shoot someone. But he's doing what you're seeing in these streams and writing, I'll defend my life with lethal force, do not approach me with intent to threaten bodily harm. And then adding, and this is the one that's getting a lot of traction, series finale is dead chimp on the pavement and you monkeys rioting when I walk free, stay tuned. Right, even in that encounter on the street that I showed you right after he got kicked out of the steakhouse, he threatened to shoot the guy.
Blow your brains out, right, buddy? I'm about to blow his brains out. He pulls back around here, I'm about to blow his brains out.
And you've got people arguing that these aren't outliers. He threatens people all the time. But then also with this, you have a lot of people pointing not just to Etherly's individual trajectory, but also kind of that of our whole country. You've got a lot of people seeing this guy as the culmination of two very disturbing trends in our culture. The first being kind of the rage bait content where people act as abrasive and antisocial in public as they can just to kind of provoke reactions, game the algorithm, get clipped and clipped and clipped. And then second, just being the normalization of open, unabashed, in-your-face racism that we've seen over the past couple of years. A lot of which it comes from, and I hate to be that fucking guy, but it's like, it's right there in your face constantly, though I know a million things happen, so it's very easy to forget, but it comes from Trump. It was only just 3 months ago. I know it feels like probably a million years that he posted that video showing Barack and Michelle Obama as apes in the jungle. A thing, by the way, he refused to apologize for, and criticism of which Caroline Levitt dismissed as fake outrage. Same dear leader that called Somalis garbage, you don't contribute anything. He claimed Haitians were eating cats and dogs in Springfield. He also said that Haitians were poisoning the blood of our country. He said that criminal illegal immigrants are just not human. I mean, I could keep going on and on. But as far as what happens with Etherly, we're gonna have to wait to see. On one hand, you have a lot of people saying they hope the charges stick here to make an example of a person doing this so that you don't see other copycats out there, especially because you have some arguing that he's been trying to provoke a situation like this, whether to be able to try to provoke someone, to be able to claim self-defense and get famous off of it. But also, this guy has plenty of supporters, a number of people seeing him as a champion of free speech. Right now, you're even seeing a surge in donations to an old donation page that he had out. And it's a page that appears to have been started by Etherly that says, sometimes I've used the N-word in what I thought was edgy, harmless humor, adding, I know it's controversial, but it's my right to speak freely. With that appearing to be connected to a campaign where initially he wrote, I was fired from my previous contracting job after BLM activists targeted me over words I shared online, jokes and opinions they twisted to end my career. But hey, for now, we're gonna have to wait to see what happens with this case, right? Do we get more information, more video, anything like that? And also what happens with the charges and everything else. And so in the meantime, I'd really love to know your thoughts, opinions, and reactions here. And then, what a transition this is gonna be. We've got more that we're gonna dive into in just a minute, but first, let me thank a sponsor and say, you know, there are certain things in life that just quietly take your money every month, and your phone bill, it's one of the worst offenders. Like, it just sits there, charging you, hoping you won't notice until you do. And that's why I like today's sponsor, Mint Mobile, because they're built around not doing that to you. Mint Mobile gives you premium wireless plans starting at $15 a month, which sounds fake, but it's not. You get unlimited talk and text on the nation's largest 5G network, plus free call into Mexico, Canada, and the UK. And they've got options for you, 5, 15, 20 gigabytes or unlimited, so you're not overpaying for data that you're not even using. And the way they keep prices low is simple. You buy in bulk, 3, 6, or 12 months, so the longer you go, the more you save. The switching's easy. You can do it from your couch in minutes with eSIM, keep your number, keep your phone, no store, no hassle. And if you do need a new phone, you can just get one through Mint. They're just making the whole process easier. I mean, paying less for something that you use every single day and not dealing with carrier nonsense, that's a win. So hey, if you like your money, Mint Mobile is for you. Shop plans at mintmobile.com/DeFranco or scan that QR code. Again, that's mintmobile.com/DeFranco. But then, diving right back into the news, we've got to talk about this huge US-China news. Because among other things, Chinese President Xi Jinping told Donald Trump that the fate of Taiwan could lead to war between the US and China. A new intelligence report shows that Trump's Iran war has given China a major edge over the United States, and that edge might only just be growing as the war continues, with Trump actually asking China for its help. Right, because Trump, he's currently in Beijing meeting with the Chinese president to discuss a number of issues. But also, according to Xi himself, the most important issue for China at the summit is Taiwan. Right, and Taiwan is a self-governing democratic island that China claims sovereignty over, and while the US doesn't officially recognize Taiwan as an independent country, it is the territory's most important military backer. And American military planning for that region is already largely based around defending it against a Chinese invasion. And while Trump revealed ahead of his visit that Xi wanted to discuss American arms sales to Taiwan, I would say, more importantly, he confirmed that the White House would be willing to have that conversation, which is huge. That's a key thing. That is a massive shift, because the official US position has long been that it sells weaponry to Taiwan without consulting Beijing. That said, we fast forward today, and we start with the two presidents making some opening remarks. Trump telling Xi that it was an honor to be his friend, and claiming that the relationship between China and the United States is going to be better than ever before. Though with Xi, he said that he hoped that the two countries could avoid what's known as the Thucydides trap, which is a theory named after an ancient Greek historian suggesting that when a rising or risen power like China threatens an existing great power like the United States, there tends to be war. And that proved to be especially poignant because afterwards, in an hours-long closed-door meeting, Xi reportedly told Trump that Taiwan is his top priority and that mishandling that, it could lead to war. Or at least, that's according to a readout from the Chinese Foreign Ministry, which claimed that Xi specifically said the Taiwan question is the most important issue in China-US relations, and adding if it is handled properly, the bilateral relationship will enjoy overall stability. Otherwise, the two countries will have clashes and even conflicts, putting the entire relationship in great jeopardy. And so then, as far as Trump, according to a White House official who spoke with the Washington Post, he just moved on to the next topic without addressing Xi's comments, with him also later describing the meeting as great, again without acknowledging what had apparently been said, and that's as the White House's readout of the meeting made no mention of Taiwan. Reddy claimed instead that the two leaders had agreed to deepen trade ties and combat the flow of fentanyl precursors into the United States. And then as far as the question of Iran, it said that they both agreed to get Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz and that the country can never have a nuclear weapon. But at least as of right now, it's not really clear if and to what extent China is actually going to take any meaningful action to push Iran toward either outcome. Especially now that Iran, as of this week, is reportedly allowing more Chinese vessels to pass through the strait. The strait where, just while Trump and Xi had been meeting, there have been at least 2 more attacks on ships nearby. First, an Indian cargo vessel carrying livestock from Africa to the UAE, reportedly ending up at the bottom of the sea off the coast of Oman, though all 14 crew members were rescued. And second, according to the UK Maritime Trade Operations Center, unauthorized personnel boarded a ship anchored off of the coast of the UAE and they were steering it towards Iran. But then getting back to China, right, another key point, it's been pretty actively supporting Iran during the war, albeit mostly behind the scenes. In addition to having been a bit of an economic lifeline for Iran. It's given Iran intelligence and access to a spy satellite that's tracked the position of US forces in the region. It's also supplied so-called dual-use components that Iran also needs to produce drones, missiles, and other weaponry. And then China may have also provided weapons ready to go as well. Just last month, for example, American intelligence agencies reportedly obtained information showing that it may have delivered or been getting ready to send shoulder-fired missiles capable of shooting down low-flying aircraft. And just this week, you have the New York Times reporting that Chinese companies are looking for ways to sell weapons to Iran through other countries in order to hide their origin. And while it's not clear right now how many, if any, weapons have been shipped, and it's not known whether Chinese officials have officially approved the sales, it seems unlikely that any talks may have taken place between Chinese companies and Iran without the knowledge of the government. So taking that into account, you have a lot of experts doubting that the current talks are going to be game-changing in any way, but there also is disagreement about where their significance does lie. On one hand, for example, you have people like a former Chinese diplomat who's now a researcher telling the Washington Post, no US president visited China in the past 9 years. Trump's being here is sending the most important signal that China and the US are no longer aiming for new breakthroughs, but striving to restore some stability. Then on the other hand, you have people like the person formerly in charge of the China policy on Joe Biden's National Security Council saying, Xi is giving Trump the TV-ready spectacle that he was hoping for, and adding China is hoping to trade symbolism for substance, using protocol and Trump's preference for pageantry to hold off a return to economic escalation and buy time for China to build up its strength. And notably, that same expert also wrote an opinion piece that was put out in the Times this week, arguing that Xi is planning for China's final victory over the United States. Writing, Mr. Trump's short-sightedness plays directly into Mr. Xi's larger aim, saying for the first time, he may now see a path forward achieving goals such as disrupting U.S. alliances in Asia and weakening American support for Taiwan, as well as Washington's ability to impede China's rise through technology export restrictions and economic sanctions. And while, of course, that is an opinion, that is a take, notably, it may even be one shared by members of the American military intelligence community, at least to some extent. And part of the reason I say that is because you also had the Washington Post reporting today on a confidential intelligence assessment that apparently shows how China is taking advantage of Trump's Iran war to gain a military, diplomatic, and economic edge over the states. On the economic front, I should say that Trump's argued that the closure of the Strait of Hormuz is a big problem for China, but this intelligence assessment reportedly found that China has fared reasonably well thanks to its investments in renewable energy along with vast oil reserves. You've got Ryan Hass, a China expert at the Brookings Institution, explaining China is the second most insulated country in the world to the energy crisis after only the United States. But also notably, well, during past energy crises, the U.S. has sent officials around the world and held international emergency meetings. The Trump administration, they've apparently been uninterested in doing the same thing this time around. And China appears to be filling that gap, already having offered its help to several countries, including U.S. allies like Thailand, Australia, and the Philippines. And so there you have Hass adding, this is not altruism, saying it is Beijing seizing on an opportunity to drive wedges between America and its traditional partners. And then with that, on the diplomatic front, you also have China calling out the illegality of the war in an effort to undermine America's image on the international stage, though I will say Trump's doing plenty of that on his own. And then on the military front, as we've talked about, the administration's gone deep into the U.S. stockpiles of missiles and air defense interceptors. It sparked concerns that the U.S. it's going to be less prepared for a potential conflict with China. But also another factor is that the war has put American military capabilities and tactics on full display so that Beijing can plan their own future operations. And also with this, you have the Trump administration firing back with the Pentagon's chief spokesman saying, assertions claiming the global balance of power have shifted towards any nation other than the states of America are fundamentally false. And then as far as China, you had a spokesperson for the Chinese embassy saying, the pressing priority now is to prevent, by all means, a relapse in fighting rather than exploit the situation to throw mud at other countries. But ultimately, outside of the initial short-term PR of this visit happening and all the visuals, time will tell, what the real long-term impacts become, whether it be things like trade, the war in Iran, and everything in between. But then from that, I want to do two final things, one small, one big. So knocking out the little guy first, congratulations to Brock L., SeatGeek's latest weekly winner, who just scored $500 in tickets and is going to go see A$AP Rocky. For the rest of y'all, that's right, SeatGeek is still giving away $500 in tickets, and you should definitely enter today if you haven't already. You can be the next winner and snag $500 towards seeing your favorite artist, sporting event, or play. I mean, there's like over 70,000 events to choose from. Just add code DeFranco to your SeatGeek app profile for a chance at the weekly $500 prize, no purchase necessary. But then y'all, with that said, it brings us to the big final thing that I want to talk about today. It is massively important just in the world and also to me. And it starts with the fact that no sitting justice on the Georgia Supreme Court has lost re-election since 1922. And it's also not a uniquely Georgia thing. Across all 13 states that pick their justices through nonpartisan elections, incumbents won 94% of the time between 2008 and 2025. But this next Tuesday, May 19th, you have two Democratic-backed lawmakers who are going to try to break that streak in Georgia. Whether you live here or not, you should care about how this goes. Because for a lot of the issues that people actually care about that affect day-to-day life, the federal courts, they they've spent the last few years closing the door and shoving those questions back down to the states. Dobbs sent abortion back to the states, the Voting Rights Act's been gutted piece by piece, and the U.S. Supreme Court's decision this year in Louisiana v. Calais, it effectively shut the federal courthouse on most redistricting challenges. So voting rights, privacy, bodily autonomy, how your district is drawn, increasingly, the question of who decides, it's not landing with the U.S. Supreme Court, it's landing with your state Supreme Court. And that puts Georgia in a very interesting and important position right now. A lot of people don't know this. Every justice currently sitting on the Georgia Supreme Court, except one, was originally appointed by a Republican governor. And another thing that a lot of people don't know is that Georgia's state constitution actually has stronger protections than the U.S. Constitution. Though these Republican appointees, they're part of why Georgia's 6-week abortion ban is still in effect. A ban that actually 2 of the justices that are being challenged voted to reinstate in 2024. But here's the thing, there is a playbook for changing all this. In Wisconsin, for example, voters spent 3 years flipping a 4-3 conservative state Supreme Court into a 5-2 liberal majority. And because of that, they've already thrown out Republican gerrymanders and restored ballot drop boxes. And while Georgia is not Wisconsin, do not get it confused. A playbook is still a playbook. And so this next Tuesday, you got 3 Georgia Supreme Court seats on the ballot. One incumbent, Justice Ben Land, he's running unopposed. But the other 2, Justice Charlie Bethel, a former Republican state senator, and Justice Sarah Hawkins Warren, were both appointed in 2018 by Republican Governor Nathan Deal, and current Republican Governor Brian Kemp has endorsed both of them. And because this is such an important moment, I had their challengers as my guests today. You've got Miracle Rankin, who's a trial attorney who's built a career on catastrophic truck wrecks, medical malpractice, and corporate negligence cases, as well as Jen Jordan, who's a former Democratic state senator and the party's 2022 nominee for state attorney general. And with this, just a quick transparency thing. I think it is very important to be as transparent as possible, let you know where my biases land. I've already voted for both of them. Early voting here continues until Friday, and then election day is May 19th. So on Tuesday, that's the last chance you get. So 1, there's that. And then 2, of course, my wife, Lindsay DeFranco, is running for Georgia State House, District 47 here in Georgia. She's a born and raised Georgia girl. Our family has stake in what Georgia looks like moving forward. And I just personally find it important to be upfront about those things because I get really annoyed when people are like trying to be impartial and act like they have no personal opinions or feelings or they don't vote. And a final practical thing for my fellow Georgians out there. Again, early voting in Georgia ends this Friday. There is no runoff. There is no I'll just vote in November. And Tuesday, that's the whole race. Make a voting plan, double check everything at vote.org. Sometimes if you're doing early voting, it's a different place and when it's actually election day. But with that said, let's jump into it with Miracle Rankin and Jen Jordan. So Miracle, I'll say in a recent interview, you mentioned that the Georgia Constitution actually has more protections than the U.S. Constitution. But we need a Georgia Supreme Court that reads it correctly. And Jen, you've said that while historically Georgia has a constitution that's been interpreted more expansively and progressively, the people on the court right now, they do not read it that way. So the first question that I have in mind, and I might have to tweak it, is what cases do you think that the Georgia Supreme Court got wrong and why?
So I'll jump in first. So this is a little bit of kind of a tight line, but in tightrope, I should say. So I'll just give one example for it, just to kind of lay it out there. The Georgia Supreme Court recognized the right of privacy decades before the U.S. Supreme Court did in Griswold versus Connecticut and Roe v. Wade. And so for decades and decades, the Georgia Supreme Court has recognized a right of privacy. And so when we talk about the Georgia Supreme Court and probably the Georgia Constitution being more progressive, that's the way it has been interpreted in the past by prior iterations of the court. We have not seen that in probably the last 20 years in terms of the approach that's been taken by the current members of the court. So I don't know if that answers your question, but it's one of those things where we can't necessarily get into specific questions that may come before the court because obviously the right of privacy and that question around specifically Georgia's 6-week abortion ban is still a live controversy and will be coming back up to the Georgia Supreme Court at some point in time.
Well, okay, so then I'll ask you, Miracle, if we're speaking more generally, how do you think that this current makeup of the court is deciding cases?
The current makeup of the court is deciding cases in a more conservative leaning fashion, more in line with what does the U.S. Constitution provide as opposed to what does the Georgia Constitution provides. You can look at the U.S. Constitution as being like the floor, the rights that are the basic rights that we're guaranteed to, where Georgia is more of a ceiling. So we have more rights, such as the right to privacy that Jen spoke about a moment ago, which has been a right that's been recognized in Georgia well before it was recognized in other states. So right now what we're seeing is a court that is more conservative leaning and trying to read both constitutions line in line, as opposed to recognizing that Georgia actually provides us with more.
And I feel like y'all have been warning about what is coming down the line to the Georgia Supreme Court. And while I know you cannot prejudge a case, the way I'll phrase it is, what do you think is most concerning to Georgians of what could be upcoming?
What's top of mind, obviously, is redistricting, right? And the Voting Rights Act, which was basically neutered by the U.S. Supreme Court. And that's what's really interesting, and not prejudging at all, but those challenges to maps and districting are now going to be coming to the state courts. You know, for years, really, those challenges have gone to the federal courts because they were always brought under the Voting Rights Act, which is a federal statute. That makes sense, right? So the Georgia courts really have not had to tangle with those issues in terms of how should the maps be drawn? Are there any parameters or guide rails? You know, how far can legislators go, especially when you're talking about impacting people's right to vote? And so that is definitely going to be coming up in terms of Georgia courts, because now that the federal court, and specifically the U.S. Supreme Court, has basically shut the door to the courthouse, the federal courthouse, for those challenges, really the only recourse that people will have are going to be state courts. And those challenges will ultimately make their way up to the Supreme Court. So that's going to open up a whole new area, really, of case law and precedent that really will be kind of continuing forward and really impact, you know, politically, what is this state going to look like, and how important is the right to vote in this state, and are we going to protect it?
It's extremely important.
And Phil, may I add that in going across the state and speaking with Georgians, one thing that I've been hearing a lot of concern about is people are now starting to kind of zone in on the fact that federal rights or protections that we believed we had are being taken away, right? And so now they're seeing that it's having a ripple effect. So I think people are just concerned in general about what will our state look like as more federal protections get stripped away. So rights in general, I think, are at the forefront of Georgians, be it your voting rights, your right to privacy, you know, right to who you want to love and marry.
It's really whatever you care about, right? That's Miracle. That's basically what you're saying. Whatever you care about is at issue in this election, right?
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I think is most concerning to Georgians right now, is realizing that that baseline that we thought we had an understanding about from a federal protection perspective is now being slowly pulled back. And so people are like, well, what's going to happen next? What will be sent to the states next for each state to individually decide? And I think that'll have a huge impact ultimately on where people choose to stay, to live, to raise their families.
And these next set of questions will probably be somewhat tied together, because I do think that a lot of people are going to be interested in, you know, what can you say to voters who want to know where you stand on, let's say, reproductive rights first?
Well, you know, we can talk about our personal belief system. Look, I have a pretty long record in terms of my beliefs. I've always believed, because it was what the U.S. Supreme Court said, which was women had a fundamental right to autonomy. And to making the most private decisions.
Here's to autonomy and the right wing that's trying to kill it. Fuck you, you fucking efforts. Fuck you. Fuck you, piece of shit, godless pieces of shit. Fuck you, right wing, godless fucking efforts. Fuck you. And with the damage that you've done against women, the damage that you've done against your fellow human beings, the damage you've done against people of color, the damage you did to Roe versus Wade. It's just like, fuck you, worthless piece of shit, fascist. Suck my fucking dick.
You know, just because, you know, 4 dudes said it should or whatever. I mean, you know, a fundamental right is a fundamental right. And from my perspective, that's my core belief, that, you know, that I should be able to have control over my body, especially when it comes to the most private decision making. And definitely my daughter should. I mean, she's 17 years old. And, you know, it's just a scary thing. And I know Miracle kind of feels the same way. I mean, she has a daughter as well.
I will add to that, Phil, that I'm a breast cancer survivor. I'm celebrating 10 years this year, and it truly is a celebration because it was a very tough journey to get to the other side of it. And so women's healthcare in general, and making tough decisions, I know what that feels like, having to make those tough decisions with my own healthcare. And I personally believe that one should be able to make decisions about their healthcare with their God, their doctor, and with their self. Those are your personal decisions that affect your life.
Yep.
And so those are my personal beliefs. I do have a daughter. She's 4 years old. And it's a bit astonishing to me that my 4-year-old is growing up in a world now where she has less rights than what I was born into. And when you think about...
But I mean, the right wing took over and ruined our country and ruined the world and ruined every country that they're based in. And, you know, basically Christo-fascists their way into fucking fascism. Fucking worthless pieces of shit.
About just rights in general for women, my generation is really the only generation of women that have had our whole slate of rights afforded to us. And now we're at a point where we're starting to see some of those rights where it looks like we're regressing as opposed to progressing forward in time. And that's a bit concerning.
And so I wanted to hear from that because I want to pair it to this other thing that this whole race has kind of turned into, which is you have people highlighting that, you know, you have these personal opinions and these takes, and it does feel like Republicans and certain figures are trying to make that disqualify, that you're humans that also are in this position rather than kind of just a name on a piece of paper. You have Chief Justice John Roberts recently saying, you know, the Supreme Court judges are not political actors, you know, saying decisions might be unpopular, but they're based on the Constitution. Jen, your opponent kind of said it in a different way in a recent interview, said as a judge, she really tries to, quote, stay in her lane.
For some reason I'm muted, sorry.
Saying you or y'all should stay in your lanes. And so my initial question is, what do you say to that? And also, what do you say to the argument that people in this position are political actors, or you are, or any...
Autopilot jumping.
On our unauthorized, sadly lost some men, but training accidents happened. I stand by it. You, but, commands shipping us off to parts on, but...
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Call it a fond farewell from a lot of good people owe you their love. Maybe one day some of us can return the favor. Myung out.
Myung, corner refined bridger. Okay. You gave me a bridger. Nice. I've had those for a while. Couldn't you give me something nice?
Approaching Stargate.
Anyone is.
This is what's been interesting through this process. I think when a court, especially Chief Justice Roberts, said, you know, they're not political actors. Look, they may not be political actors in the sense, especially at the U.S. Supreme Court level. They don't run for office, right? That is different here in this state. But the U.S. Supreme Court, they don't run for office, but the decisions that they make absolutely have political impact. Whether we're talking about the VRA, redistricting, whatever. And I think, you know, all we have to do is look at what happened at the Virginia Supreme Court level, where we literally had a statewide election invalidated by 4 members of the Virginia Supreme Court who were appointed by Republicans, right? 4 people. Because they were appointed by Republicans who had a specific ideology, basically turned around a fair and free election for the entire state of Virginia. So when folks try to say, you just need to stay in your lane, I want to say, I know exactly what the lane is. And the thing is, if people aren't willing and able to talk about their belief systems and their values,
then this is America. Is this America?
Right? Yeah. Why aren't people willing to answer questions? Especially when they're standing for elections. It would be a very different thing if this weren't an elective process where you have to go before the voters and tell them, this is why you should vote for me. Because look, if you can't talk about your beliefs, your values, who you are, what your experience is, then how is a voter able to make a meaningful choice? I mean, like on the ballot, is it going to be like, well, I like the name Jen versus the other woman, or she's a redhead and you're a blonde? That makes absolutely no sense. So it's one of those things where if you have to stand for election, there's a reason for it. And that reason is you have to be accountable to the voters. And the only way you can be accountable to the voters is to be able to talk about what your judicial philosophy is, what your belief system is. And if you have made some decisions, you have to be able to stand up and kind of say, this is why I did it. And then if people like that, great. They can vote for you. And if they don't, they can vote for the challenger.
And Miracle, I mean, your opponent specifically is, a former Republican state senator. So do you think people that are throwing out this argument, they're being short-sighted or hypocritical?
I do think that they're being short-sighted and hypocritical. Everyone's record speaks for themselves, right? So one thing that I have been urging individuals to do is just to look us up. You can look up what he did before he came onto the court to be a judge. You can also look at what my career has been. My career has been one of serving the people of this state at the highest level and going after big corporations who harmed them in some of the hardest moments of their lives. I think it's vitally important that individuals know who you're voting for. You shouldn't just vote just to do it. It needs to be a meaningful vote, right? And one way for people to know who they're voting for is to have these types of conversations and discourses, the same way that they're interviewing with individuals and talking at a very high level, not getting into the weeds of their personal beliefs. They actually can talk about their personal beliefs. There's nothing that stops judicial candidates or sitting judges from talking about what you personally believe, because as a judge you should be able to, and you're supposed to be able to separate that from the cases that come before you and not prejudging a matter, right? And so they should know that talking about your personal beliefs does not equate to prejudging a case that will come before the court. But a lot of times people don't want to talk about their personal beliefs because it may not be in line with what the electorate feels is most important. So I think that it's important that we have these conversations, that people get pushed to be able to tell Georgians, what do you believe about important matters?
And an important matter that y'all have brought up, how would you say Louisiana v. Calais is going to impact your job as a state Supreme Court judge?
So I will take the first that I'm from Louisiana. That's where I was originally born and stayed until I was in high school when I moved to Georgia. And I was a bit saddened to just see what the federal court did in Calais. And what we've seen now is a big scramble. I have a lot of family members in the state who have been trying to figure out what will elections look like for years to come. And so now we know that that's going to ultimately come to Georgia with what the special session that Governor Kemp calls this week. And so it will be a matter of seeing what our legislature ultimately does. That's when those three branches of government really start to come into play, right? You have the legislative, the executive, and ultimately the judicial branch. So right now it's going through two branches of government, the legislative, then ultimately the executive, and at some point it will land at the judicial branch, and that will be based upon what the facts of the case are at that time and what the law and our Constitution says. And so I think it's vitally important that we know who the judges are on the court that will be ultimately handling and deciding those cases.
And I do want to ask, do you see y'all's candidacy and getting elected as kind of a step one to a larger plan to hopefully even out the Georgia Supreme Court? Because I imagine you have to a certain degree, hedge expectations, because if you both get elected and the likely makeup of would be considered, I know that there's no D's and R's in front of the names, but would be kind of seen 6-3 conservative. Is this kind of the first step to 2028 where three of Kemp's appointees all of a sudden come up for re-election and all of a sudden Georgia could actually see a much different Supreme Court in 2028? Do you see that as kind of like, I don't know if you would say the vision or the goal?
Well, I think it's definitely within reach. Let me say that. It's one of those things where, look, a lot of people have pushed back on Miracle and I for running. This was not, people weren't very happy about it. I'll have to say that. You just don't do this. That's what we were told.
I don't care.
You don't run against a sitting Supreme Court justice. It's not just done. And I'm sure you've heard that it hasn't even successfully been done since 1922. And it's definitely not been done by two women who just, who's taken the last 3 months to really try to take on the system. Look, I look at it as kind of, we're going in, we're doing this because we think it's the right thing, we think it's necessary. And if we're successful, or even if one of us is successful, or even if we're not successful, I think that we've really put a marker out there in terms of this is something that can be done and should be done because it's absolutely necessary in light of what's happening at the U.S. Supreme Court level. And we know it can be done because all we have to do is look at Wisconsin, where they took a 5-2 far-right conservative, I don't even know conservative is the word, court, and within 3 years, it's a 5-2 pro-democracy, pro-rights court. It's pretty impressive. And that really is having a positive impact on the people of the state of Wisconsin. So it's a good role model. And, we'll see what happens on Tuesday. And we'll see if anybody else wants to kind of jump into the fray in 2 years.
That is something that I've heard y'all talking about, of people not being happy about it, and I'm just personally interested in that. Is it a bit of a club of I'm going to step on toes and this may affect me in the legal profession?
Oh, it's
essentially. It really is. And it's very disheartening because ultimately our state's highest court belongs to the people of Georgia. It's not a birthright position. It's not a position based upon who you know, where you live, and what your connections are. It's a position of service, and service at the highest level to our state. And to have individuals be so off-put by the fact that two very qualified candidates are offering ourselves a service and giving the opportunity back to Georgians to elect an individual to be on your highest court is very concerning. And I think that if for anything else, we are shining a light on the importance of following our Constitution. Our Constitution calls for these to be elected positions. They are not by appointment only. And so Georgians get to decide at a vital time, who do you want to serve on our state's highest court?
And one of the last things I want to ask, I mean, Miracle, your opponent said that they will stay in their position, but Jen, I believe your opponent has been silent, and you kind of expressed concern that they will drop out if they lose, and then Kemp will just put someone into the spot and kind of just cancel your election. Is that a real concern right now?
Yeah, I mean, it's a real concern in the fact that Justice Warren has really refused to, say just what should be a very easy thing, which is I'll finish out my term and I will abide by the results of the election. I know Miracle and I are going to abide by the results of the election if we lose. Right? It doesn't seem like a very hard thing just to say that in a very straightforward way. So the fact that she isn't, willing to say that or to answer questions around that is incredibly concerning to me, because the idea that someone thinks that they can just really basically overturn the results of a fair and free election just because they don't like the outcome, should be incredibly concerning to every single voter in the state of Georgia.
I mean, the undoing the willing of the will of the people seems to be going around more and more.
Seems to be the theme, right?
It's getting scary. But on that final note, obviously one of the biggest things with us talking is early voting ends this Friday, but it is all Tuesday, right? It's all the 19th. You're not running in November. I know that's been a big thing of people going, oh, I'll vote in November. It's all Tuesday, right?
Yes, all or nothing. We're all done on Tuesday.
Miracle, Jen, thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Phil. This was awesome.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
And so, yeah, thank you again to Miracle and Jen for the time. Also, thank you to you for listening. watching, being a part of this show.
come
Remember,
back?
whether you're in Georgia or elsewhere, get out there, vote, be a part of the change
Hi,
that you want to see.
sissy.
But with that said, that's the end of today's Thursday Philip DeFranco show. If you're not completely filled in, you should definitely check out the brand new episode of Crashing Out, or maybe you missed last night's Philip DeFranco show. I got links to that in the description and on screen. But as always, thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here next time.
Warp drive active. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
You're listening to Hysteria, the podcast that's more worried about childcare than the fertility crisis.
Aaron Ryan.
All right, so the HHS has certainly had its hands full because on top of dealing with or not dealing with the hantavirus outbreak, they have another priority, which is getting babies in all the women. Getting babies up in them. The HHS launched moms.gov on Mother's Day, which they announced at the same White House event that we were watching about the hantavirus clips. Can you imagine being at that conference? Being like one of the purple-wearing ladies standing behind him, being like, I thought this was going to be about moms. And then you're talking about like rat poop-itis and, and Iran, and you just have to stand there and grimace underneath your cross necklace that's glinting on top of your sweater set. I mean, at least they were uncomfortable, right? At least they were uncomfortable.
At least there's that.
At least
he
there's
was
that.
wearing a matching purple tie. I just found that like a sartorial partner in arms. Donald Trump, when he wasn't falling asleep, he was wearing a purple tie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, like other meaningless gestures that the Trump administration has made vaguely in the direction of women, the moms.gov website it's pretty half-assed. It looks like a middle schooler's intro to coding project. It does have some like interesting scrolling things. If you scroll, it like moves a little bit, so that's cool.
Animation.
Yeah, the tagline is addressing the needs of mothers and fathers who face difficult or unexpected pregnancies and ensuring the well-being of mothers and the health of American families. Ooh, it really rolls off the tongue. You know, when there's several phrases that need to be connected with connecting words, that it's a good tagline. All right, highlights or lowlights from the site include links to resources for pregnant. Oh, if you're pregnant and you need some resources, great. But if you click on the resources, it just sends you to a crisis pregnancy center database. Now, crisis pregnancy centers, as you know, Alex, are they're medical health centers in only the loosest sense of the word. They are places that provide ultrasounds, often provide misleading information about abortion. They do not allow abortion referrals. A lot of times the ultrasounds are performed by people who are not trained to practice any kind of medicine at all, at any level. And yeah, a lot of times they sort of serve as a pipeline to try to convince people to not have abortions, but they are lucrative businesses now because so many states are just like funneling money into these crisis pregnancy centers. But you can also, in addition to being funneled to a crisis pregnancy center, you can also get information on how to start a Trump account for your kid.
You don't say.
Data mining operation, right? Like there's something fishy about that. Because it's like money that's available for them when they turn 18. But like, I don't know. I don't trust it. I'm not taking him up on that. There is also
just buy some Trump Bitcoin. That's a safer investment.
Yeah, I'm surprised that that's not on moms.gov. Moms got to get with the Trump Bitcoin. Okay, so I looked into the other thing that they're offering on the website, which is a link to order prescription meds from Trump RX.
Perfect.
I went to Trump RX because I was like, oh, this is like maybe I have some prescriptions that are cheap on here, but the prices on Trump RX are exactly the same as the prices that you can get from Good RX. Like exactly the same.
But it doesn't have the word Trump in it.
No,
Therefore,
it doesn't.
It forecloses the possibility that Donald Trump is making some money off of it.
But it also doesn't have the word good in it. Good RX does. Good RX, you're not giving your health information to whoever built Trump RX. So I think that maybe slight advantage to Good RX there, even though the prices are pretty much exactly the same. Some other kind of insidious things going on. A friend of Hysteria, Jessica Valenti, pointed out in her Abortion Everyday newsletter that the Crisis Pregnancy Center database moms.gov specifically promotes is called Option Line, which the pro-life organization Heartbeat International uses to collect massive amounts of data on pregnant women, and data breaches and careless data sharing with corporate employees has been plaguing this entity. The new initiative comes less than a month after Representative Summer Lee pressed RFK Jr. on the Trump administration's attacks on Black maternal health initiatives. Let's watch a clip of that.
Why aren't you putting forth serious policies that actually address the health crises in this country instead of just these unserious conspiracy theories and this wellness influencer mess that we...
You want me to answer that question, or are you just talking?
No, it's a question.
We are doing more on maternal health than any other administration.
No, I said Black maternal health.
On maternal health.
Black maternal health.
That includes blacks and whites.
But the thing is that they're actually not the same outcomes, which means that we need specific and intentional interventions for Black maternal health and Black... Can I
finish?
Oof. That's a tough watch. Why he says blacks? He says blacks?
Well, that's how he thinks of them.
I mean, ugh. Okay.
As the others.
Yeah. Oh, yikes. Okay, Alex, let's start with moms.gov. What do we think of that website? What, did you peruse? Did you take a gander?
I did. I was like, did Brett Kavanaugh write this, or did Amy Coney Barrett write this? Which one of them? Am I wrong, Aaron? This used to be like life.org. Isn't that like they basically try, it's a pro-life operation.
It's a pro-life op, yes, 100%. That's how it started.
They basically renamed the domain, and here we are. It is of a piece with the more insidious efforts on the part of the pro-life movement to insert themselves in the decision a woman makes about her body and her reproductive system, and guise it as a nonpartisan, non-political, neutral space, which of course it's not. It's there to manipulate and coerce women into making decisions that comport with the right-wing agenda. And that's, it's unfortunate. I am hoping that American, people who are pregnant are a little savvier, given that this moms.gov operation was launched the same week that the Supreme Court is debating whether or not to end abortion access entirely in red states by making mifepristone, which is one of the 2 drugs used in medication abortion, unavailable through telemedicine. I mean, it's very clear what Trump and his government and the right-wing conservatives he installed in the Supreme Court want to do as it concerns pregnancy and reproduction. And that is take away bodily autonomy, right? Like, I don't know. I guess it's just if the Trump administration is offering a resource line for pregnant people, like you can bet it's not a neutral space.
No, it is not a neutral space, and it is. And it has always been their goal to eliminate abortion and make it so that pregnancy was something that is foisted on women, something that is inescapable for women, something that is the only way for women to participate in society, and only half participate in society because they're staying home with all the babies that they had. It feels very insultingly disingenuous, and seeing Katie Britt up there and the women that were standing behind him up there just kind of makes my blood boil in a really unique way to see these women that are like okay with the
mind slaves is how I would say it. They're like mind slaves to the torturous shitty men who fucking keep them down at every fucking turn.
The reductive concept that women's main call in life is to create babies. I think it's like I've got 2 babies. I think it's awesome that I had the babies. I love them. I think like pregnancy is a fucking miracle. It's amazing. Childbirth is a war, and like every mother you've ever seen has like fought in a war. It's like amazing. But it is in no way the only thing that women are supposed to be aspiring to, nor is it something to be aspired to at all. If you're not interested in being a mother, then don't be a mother. Like, I don't understand why it's being... I find it so gross and like insidious, and it makes me very upset to think about it.
I mean, I think it's galling also because they're so encouraging of women to have babies. They put no thought into a social safety net that could hold those women and those babies after they're born. They're totally happy to rip apart any sort of structures that support women or not establish them at all, like paid family leave and health care, which they're gutting. I mean, whether it's Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare, like this is an administration that doesn't care about whether people are okay and whether their children are okay, that would rip food out of children's hands and take their medical care away, depending on the employment status of their parents. I mean, it's so utterly disingenuous that it should not go without mentioning that they don't really care about families because they do everything in their power to dismantle the support structure around the Americans. The other piece, I mean, and like also, there is no thought, none whatsoever, to the women who are the collateral damage of these pro-natalist policies, down south especially. They're largely poor women, they're women of color, they're people who can't pay to cross lines to go have abortions and make choices that are both personal and economic. They advocate this pro-natalist policy without thinking about what it practically means to live that experience in a state where that's the law of the land. And I think it's an abomination.
Yeah, it's absolutely an abomination. And another thing about it is it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Ever since Roe v. Wade was overturned, the birth rate in the U.S. has not gone up. In fact, it has gone down. So, you know, people who don't want to have babies are still finding ways to not have babies. And then also, I think that some people who are maybe on the fence, who in a world that was a little bit more welcoming and supportive of mothers and families, would have been like, you know what? I'm pregnant. This wasn't planned. I'm maybe a high-risk person. You know, I'm a little bit worried, but I'm confident that whatever happens, I will be safe and things will be okay for me. And so I'm going to go ahead and have this baby. I think that there are people that are on the fence, like a non-zero number, who are like, I'm pregnant. I'm like, I could be high risk. I live in a state where if something goes wrong, I am really going to live a nightmare. I'm choosing to abort my pregnancy rather than run the risk of having to go through all these things that like other mothers in Texas have had to go through, that mothers all over the South have had to go through, that mothers in Indiana have had to go through. I think that there's the cumulative effect of the policy is punitive for mothers and not beneficial to the birth rate, which is the thing that they're saying they're trying to boost anyway.
Well, I mean, the reality is, I think births in the U.S. have fallen 23% since 2007, and the U.S. is not an anomaly in that. That's happening all over the world. And there's been some super interesting analysis about why that may be. And it's not because we didn't have enough pregnancy crisis center hotline numbers circulating in the ether. It's because, and this is, again, nascent, demographic science, but young people are super uncertain about the future. Mm-hmm. We began talking about the hantavirus. You're talking about an entire generation of Americans that, had formative years under lockdown.
Under a lockdown, yep.
Who don't know what's coming next. You're talking about incomes. It's not just affordability, it's the elasticity of the income ladder. Like you might be making $40K this year, $80K the next, and $22,000 the following year. There's no sense of young people don't feel like they can bet on the future. Mm-hmm. There's the climate crisis, there's AI that's eating jobs. I mean, there's a ton of existential angst that has befallen the very young people that should be having babies right now. Mm-hmm. And rather than address that and have a coherent government policy on any of these things, whether AI or climate or tech or jobs, we have an utterly incoherent snoozer in chief who's just like, go out there, fucking have some babies. Mm-hmm. Great, awesome, keep it up.
Right, yeah, their strategy seems to be like, okay, here's all the reasons that people are not having babies. They're scared because mammals don't reproduce if they're like living in a state of like extreme stress and fear. So they're stressed and they're scared. They don't want to have babies. That's why they don't want to. They're stressed and they're scared. And the government's approach to solving this problem is, come on, it'll be fine.
Here's a website.
Come on. We're not even going to say it's going to be fine. We're just going to be like, please, Come on, please, just have more
it's to shame
babies.
you, isn't it?
Yeah.
Isn't it shaming though? I feel like that's why they're saying we're under babied.
What's the
like, it's like you didn't get your
Dr.
Hep B
Oz
shot. You haven't done your job as a citizen of this country.
As a breeder.
You have not used your uterus as a house. You better use your uterus as a house.
It's so entitled. I think if I were a young woman who was, when I was younger, I wasn't sure if I wanted to have kids or not. I was pretty sure I didn't want to, but I wasn't 100% sure. If I was hearing this language, I don't know if this is just a common human thing or if this is just a like stubborn bitch thing. If I heard my government giving that message, like, come on, you gotta have more babies, you gotta, I would be like, you entitled motherfuckers. No, absolutely not. I would have like dug in more. And I think there's a lot of people probably that hear that sort of language and see the way that a far-right government acts entitled to a woman's time, her body, her mind, her career, everything. And it's like, no, I think that it helps people realize like, oh no, this is not something that I want to do, especially if I'm being asked to do it. I want to do it freely, or if I'm being cajoled. I don't want to be cajoled. I don't want to be convinced. I don't want motherhood sold to me. I want it to be something I walk into freely and with clear eyes. And I think it's clear that the government is not allowing that. The government wants people to have a fantasy of what it is. The government wants people to feel bullied into doing it. The government wants people to feel like they need to do it because it's a duty, and their whole sense of self needs to be put aside in order to accommodate that duty. I think that it's just, I don't necessarily agree that the falling birth rate is a crisis. I actually think that like a gentle landing on the birth rate would probably be better for the planet just overall. We don't want it to precipitously drop because that causes some like economic problems, but like a gentle landing, fine, that's fine. But I also think like I want people to be able to have babies if they want to have babies. And I think they're not taking any steps to make sure that people who want to are not stopped by systemic things stopping them. I don't know. I think, anyway, it's super ineffective message, but there is more Mother's Day messaging from MAGA. Oh wait, we got to talk really quick. RFK Jr. won't shut up about teenage boys' sperm.
Gross.
It's so weird. Why?
Gross. I mean, I think nobody's more interested in the testes than RFK Jr.
What's the
yeah?
holdup?
I
He's
feel
a
like
testes
every
guy.
story is a story about him interested in like raccoon testes, bear testes. I may be making up the bear testes thing, but it seems on brand. He's very interested in boy testes, man testes, sperm count. It's a fixation of his, which makes me think, does he have a low sperm count? I'm just asking questions, Aaron.
Yeah.
But virility is such an essential part of the MAGA promise, right? Come here and you'll always be hard. Vote for Donald Trump and you'll never have erectile dysfunction. ED is a thing of the left and they're cuckolded snowflakes.
Okay,
which is
then
all
I'm
fucking bullshit. It's
I'm
bullshit.
issuing a challenge. If they're so manly, then they should just make Viagra illegal. Do it.
Totally.
Do it,
And also release their sperm counts. I
Yeah,
would like
release-
to know.
release
if
the sperm
Donald
count.
Trump is one of the most healthy presidents in history, what's his sperm count?
What's
Can
the
we
sperm
know?
count? I want
Are
the
they
long
swimming?
form.
Are they still swimming?
I want the long form sperm count. I don't want any of the short forms. I want the long form.
I want to know what the mobility level is of that sperm. If they're getting access via moms.gov to our menstrual calendars, I would like access to their sperm count and sperm motility. Like mobility. I would like to know more about what's happening in their plumbing if they're asking us to give the government an accounting of ours.
I wouldn't, but but I follow. I think that like they should understand what it feels like to have their health being invaded by people who are nosy and have no business knowing. But I would.
It takes two to tango, Aaron.
It takes two to tango. I guess I'll do it for the country if I need to read about some old man's sperm count for the good of America to make a point. Then I'll do it. Weird MAGA messaging around babies and pronatalism. Katie Miller. She's got to have the world's lowest Q score. Do you know anyone who's like?
It's so true.
That Katie Miller, she's so appealing. She's America's sweetheart.
So
she is
true.
It is. Well, she
It's so
posted.
true. Megyn Kelly has a pretty low Q score.
She does. She does. And she's like, you know what? Maybe if I say another weird thing about men who are adults who have sex with teenage girls, then maybe people will like me more. Or maybe she's just like trying to race it all the way to the bottom. And she could have a podcast called The Lowest Q Score in America.
Low Q.
And low Q. No I, just Q. Low Q. Okay, so Katie Miller posted on Friday, quote, in honor of Mother's Day, a reminder that peak feminism is having babies. What? Words mean things, Katie. Okay, the most radical thing a woman can do is embrace her biological destiny. And then she posted a photo of her pregnant belly, which is like a very, it's like the one angle, like her good angle. Sorry, I'm being mean, but like she's awful, so I can be mean about how she looks. Is having a baby feminism? What does that even mean? What does that statement mean?
This isn't like a flag. This is like the flag. Like they cannot take childbirth and motherhood away from the left. Like fuck this attempt. Like fuck this. No. You do not have to be a fucking fascist sympathizer like Katie Miller to believe that motherhood is a gift and to embrace motherhood. And like, I have kids, you have kids. We like children, we like families, we embrace motherhood, but that does not mean that we believe peak feminism is having children or that trad wives are the model of the future. Like, fuck that, and this needs to be nipped right in the bud right quick. Like,
I'm not absolutely.
I just feel like, we've seen the right co-opt the notion of patriotism and the flag, and they can't do this to motherhood. Like, I reject this wholeheartedly. Katie Miller does not know. Katie Miller was a shield for her husband during the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Her unborn child, he like ducked behind the unborn child. Is that, I don't know, like, I guess that's life is sacrosanct, except if you're in a potential shooter event.
Like, I mean, babies repair themselves really easy. They've got really incredible immune
cell duplication.
Yeah,
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. I get it. But I mean, it enrages me. It enrages me, Aaron. And I think this deserves, like, the Maha movement has been corrupted by RFK Jr. or not corrupted, but it's been splintered by RFK Jr. Basically helping Trump increase production of glyphosate and Roundup and eat Big Macs and just forego every promise he ever made to that coalition. And I think that the left really needs to plant its own flag in the idea of motherhood and not let them get away with this, because it's bullshit. You do not have to believe that women can't work and can't get college degrees and can't be autonomous individuals and in order to embrace motherhood. Like, that's just, those two things they are not mutually exclusive, or they are not one thing.
I think anybody that's actually experienced motherhood knows that they're selling a fiction. But the fiction is aimed at people who don't know any better. The fiction is aimed at like young people, and the fiction is aimed at like people who want to feel as though their decisions to get married young, or like their culture and their beliefs around getting married young and having tons of babies are like right and justified and should apply to everybody. But I think like anybody who's actually provided childcare, or even if it's not to your own child, but if you've been a caregiver to anybody, you know that there's like nothing glamorous. I would never describe like the times when my kids have been driving me crazy as me being in my feminine. I'm like at my wit's end half the time,
girl.
Because they are like having. I've said this before, but having children is a vocation. Caring for children is a vocation. It's not like this beautiful expression of your gender. It is like an expression of your humanity. Like it is something that some people should do and some people absolutely shouldn't do. But I don't think that like encouraging people who aren't 100% like, yes, I want this to be mothers is going to create a generation of children that are happy and feel loved. Because I think that I really wanted my kids and I love them very much, but I'm like, I can't imagine how fucked up they would be if they knew I resented them every single day.
I know.
I
know.
I chose them. I chose this life, and like the good stuff and the bad stuff, I chose them. And they can grow up knowing that, because I'm going to be harping about abortion and choice and reproductive justice and how important it is for children to be chosen. Because children are not chosen, are raised by parents who fucking don't like them. And that's not good for kids. So I'm not sure. Anyway, I'm going off on a rant. I have one more MAGA mother comment. Erica Kirk, who can't even live up to the ideals that she preaches, gave a commencement speech at someplace called Hillsdale College.
Mm-hmm.
So let's watch a little clip of that.
Charlie would often encourage people, like Dr. Arnn said, to get married young, not rushed, but young. But I just want to encourage all of you, to the men, you are called to provide, you are called to lead, to anchor your families in strength and consistency. To the women, you are called to nurture, to build, to shape lives with wisdom and endurance.
Okay. Okay, what did you... So, I mean, Erica Kirk gave a speech that basically echoed what Harrison Butker gave in his speech. Remember Harrison Butker's speech a few years back? He was the kicker for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yep.
And I gotta say, like, Erica should be careful, because if what happened to Harrison Butker actually is, you know, prologue, Erica's gonna miss a lot of field goals this year. Careful, Erica.
Good luck in January.
Good luck in January. What did you make of that speech? Like, she couldn't even live up to those principles herself.
Okay, first of all, Hillsdale College is like a right-wing franchise operation that's trying to take over, that's helping rewrite like education curricula across the country, including in Florida. And just, you know, be aware that they're trying to spread their arch-conservative lessons and lesson plans to schools near you, and not just colleges, but also high schools and junior high schools. It's part of an overhaul of our education system, and they are very powerful within the right-wing flank. So it makes sense that Erica Kirk is delivering this message there. I think, okay, so part of me is galled by that message because I disagree with it. But then it's kind of like, I think the left makes a mistake when it denigrates people who want a traditional marriage, right? Like, if you think that you're put on this earth to support your husband and you want him to be a provider and the man of the house and the person who makes the rules and the sort of God figure, the patriarch, go for that. I don't want that. I don't want that. But you are entitled to believe that. You are entitled to embrace that and believe that your true, you know, self-worth is predicated on your ability to procreate and raise children. I think it's important not to diminish that set of beliefs, because it's not like the left is anti-family, and it's not that the left doesn't believe you can be a stay-at-home mom and be a worthy member of society. In fact, I think a lot of...
Okay, guys, I'm going to pause. Okay, I'm pausing, and I'm going to go back out in Algos. I lost that expensive worm for no reason.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Women who work, like myself, understand that there are enormous...
Welcome back. This is another installment of Rebs Roundup, a series where I...
on your ability to procreate and raise children. I think it's important not to diminish that set of beliefs, because it's not like the left is anti-family, and it's not that the left doesn't believe you can be a stay-at-home mom and be a worthy member of society. In fact, I think a lot of women who work, like myself, understand that there are norms.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Boomers are hoarding 32 million homes. And folks, that's nearly 40% of the entire U.S. housing stock. And so if you feel locked out of the housing market, there may be a good reason for that. And these boomers represent upwards of $17 trillion in home equity that's being kept off the market. And so today on the Housing Nerd, we're diving into this baby boomer equity stronghold. And we're going to talk about what it's going to probably mean for the current housing market as we move through 2025 into 2026. And certainly what happens if they actually sell these homes and when they pass away, because they will be passing away at a large clip coming up over the next decade. So that's what we're going to look at today on the Housing Nerd. My name is Jason Ferrier. I am a realtor. I'm an investor.
Maybe the world can finally get good again. The baby boomers and their death grip of fucking piece of shit greed and fascism and fucking fat, fucking stupid, fucking consumer pork barrel fucking economics and all this. I hope that maybe the world can go back to norms after the fucking piece of shit baby boomer Skeksis fucking stop stealing our money and hoarding all the money in the fucking banks and all this. Maybe the world can get back to rights again. You think? Maybe the drug war can end, and maybe all this stealing and people like Donald Trump just won't happen anymore. Maybe when we pry from their cold dead fingers, you know.
Ohio, think of me as your no BS guide to this crazy housing market. I'm not here to cheerlead. I'm not a crash bro. Not going to tell you to run out and buy a house. I'm certainly not going to tell you to stay away from the market because it's never been so toxic. I'm just going to give you this data, have a discussion, and what you do with that is up to you. So let's kind of look. We're just going to talk about some of this the baby boomer equity that they have and the house and the actual houses. By the way, if you jump on this live, do me a favor, hit the like button. Don't be a freeloader.
Warping to Stargate.
That's all I ask. And so, yeah, 32 million homes. That's how many houses that these baby boomers have. And many of these are not just homes they live in. They are vacation homes. They are rentals. They are seasonal homes, maybe. Maybe they're just vacant homes. I mean, I can't tell you the number of baby boomers that I've purchased rental properties from. You know, landlords that are just, you know, they've had the properties for 30, 40 years. They're just tired of owning them. And so I know firsthand what these houses are like. And yeah, the market is locked up. And what this is causing, what's happening with all of these 32 million homes being locked up, is it's really affecting supply in a negative way, especially for those that are out there trying to buy their first house, maybe invest in their first property. And so let me know if you feel like you're locked out and you feel like the baby boomers are hoarding homes. Many people do. It wouldn't surprise me if you do as well. And so the other thing to think about is that a lot of these houses are mortgage free. Upwards of 40% of all of these homes have no mortgage at all.
Oh my God. Why did the baby boomers get all the money? Why?
And
can't wait till their piece of shit fucking diaper don dinosaur skeletor asses fucking keep their ass off to the crypt. You know, I really can't wait until they fucking choke it. Now, I don't feel this way about my mother. She's a lot different than most of these people. She never hoarded money like this. She never, you know, she was never bad about this. But I still resent her generation. I think they caused a lot of problems for the younger generations. I think they built a drug prison nightmare. I think they built a housing crisis. I think they built a political crisis. I think they steal all the money.
Many of those properties that do have a mortgage have an interest rate under, 4%, sometimes under 3%, if they're not already paid off. And so the question is,
autopilot jumping.
Do you blame the baby boomers? Do you blame them for hoarding homes? Do you think they're hoarding homes? Or
can we stop it? No.
Are younger home buyers just whining? I'd like to hear your thoughts on that, because at the end of the day, once you do buy a home, you have the right to keep it. You don't have to sell it if you don't want to. And that's the beauty of real estate, right? You can hang on to it. And something else to consider is that 90% of all rental landlords for single-family houses are mom and pop landlords. Mom and pop control the rental market. Make no mistake, it's not Wall Street.
Stargate.
I mean, sure, Wall Street's invested in the housing market. Large landlords are invested in the housing market, but the majority, 90% of all the rental stock is owned by mom and pop landlords, those that own between 1 and 5 properties. And a lot of these properties are owned by boomers. They just are. And they're just not willing to sell them right now. And a lot of people think that's unfair. Like, oh, you should give up your home.
Jumping.
We need more homes on
We
the
should
market.
force them.
Give them up. And speaking of that, speaking of the fact...
Why should they get all the money and the other generation should fucking starve? Piece of shit baby boomers and their fucking Donald Trump, fucking Bill Clinton, child raping, crypt keeper, fucking worthless asses. Fuck them and their stupid baby boomer crypt keeper fucking asses. Fuck them.
The fact that homes are being kept off the market and inventory is low. Let me show you the latest Redfin data on inventory, because this is not looking good. Not looking good at all. So I'm gonna show you this. So this is the weekly Redfin update. You can see here.
Approaching Stargate.
Currently, we only have 6.88% more homes on the market than we did this time last year. And this is one of the fallouts, one of the results of the boomers hanging on to their houses like grim death, is that the housing supply has not exploded. I mean, there are people out there that will tell you that inventory is exploding everywhere in every part of the U.S. It's flooding the market. Well, like, my question would be, or my response would be, well, if that's true, why are you watching this, or maybe somebody you know, why can they not afford a home? Why can they not find a property to buy at a reasonable price if we had an explosion of inventory? Because, folks, inventory drives prices. We know that. And so when you really think about this lock-in effect, one of the areas you have to consider is a market like the Northeast.
Approaching Stargate.
This is scary stuff. Check this out. This is really, I mean, again, what I'm about to show you will blow your mind. So when you think about the number of homes for sale and all these boomers that are hanging onto their properties, check this out.
Okay.
So if I look at an area like Westchester County, New York. If I look at a market like Westchester County,
I've had the key for the Connex like for a year, Oh, no,
and
there's
you
only
look at how many
no, I
homes
only have
they
the one
on
that
market.
has your stuff in it. The other one's gone.
And I look at year over year, they have 5% fewer homes on the market.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
Than they
I don't
did
have that key.
in 2024. They've lost inventory year over year. Now, if I
don't
look
know.
at active inventory compared to 2019, look at this, down 60%.
I can check and see.
They have 60, 60, say it again, 60% fewer homes on the market than they did in 2019. And when you look at the Northeast as a great example, as a prime example of what's happening with these boomer homes, look how...
There's a baby boomer calling to yell at me about some problem with their property that I'm not related to. And that's the issue. Fuck the baby boomers and their fucking property issues. They can't even track their own shit. Call me yelling about some fucking property that they have. Way too much shit. Way too much fucking shit.
Autopilot jumping.
Oops.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Green light is on, which means communications is up. Sending the data on the other satellite. You do hear me, right? Now that's... It's gonna take some... I don't suppose you want to...
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Another satellite up. And broadcasting. Lopez to Lumiere. Jacqueline, are you there?
Albin? How the hell? I'm... Almost glad to hear you.
Approaching Stargate.
All of us. These spacers have got us on the ropes.
What sort of game are you playing?
Autopilot jumping.
No ruse. Times have changed. We need to move on or we'll all be the status quo Fine. That close to the door.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Target shields are offline.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Their shields are back online.
You alright over there?
Because the bounty.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Hey, Kitty, I gotta go look at something. Get off my lap.
Autopilot
Get off my lap.
jumping.
I gotta get up. Come on, Kitty, get up. I gotta get up. Hurry up, you. Get up, Kitty. Oh, is it lunchtime?
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I was here for just a moment and go take care of something. Where are my shoes?
Approaching Stargate.
Water right here. What the hell? Did you puke all over this? What the hell?
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Okay, what's good? You puked on my keys, kitty. What the fuck's your deal? You puked on my keys, you gross little kitty. What the fuck is wrong with you? You puked on my keys, kitty. It's so gross. Why my keys? What did the keys do to you, kitty? You're such a gross little biological animal.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
There, perfect. Okay, I'm sorry about that. Had to step away to deal with something real life.
Autopilot jumping.
Oh, it appears that I did not run into a camp this time and lose 100 million ISK. Here's
to
a
Stargate.
malediction and a venture and KBP
Warp
7.
drive active.
Hi, kitty. Going back to my lap? Okay. Gotta get.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
The fuck are you looking at?
Autopilot disabled.
Great. I'm in a warp disruption zone. Why? It's a... Oh, they're gonna kill the ship, are they? Well... Where can I go? I guess it's gotta be... that direction. Here it comes. Great. This one's cheaper. XHQ 7Q. Why are you 30 ship killing an Algos, you fucking worthless pieces of shit? You're so bad for this fucking server. You and everybody who rolls with you, fucking shithead cocksuckers. Okay, we learned that isn't gonna work. Get rid of... Avoid XHQ7 tack or whatever. Take me out there again. Fucking stupid. Take me in another Algos, insure it, and just go back out there. Fucking so annoying. At least this one was cheaper. Alright, go. Do your ganking bullshit.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
What sort of game are you playing? We're not going to fall for another of your cons.
Okay, no rules. Times have changed. We need to move on or we'll all be the saddest little footnote in history.
We can meet.
Autopilot jumping.
God damn it. I hate that button.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
The brown, by the way, are counties that have fewer homes for sale versus 2019. And if you hear someone spout off and tell us that the Northeast is exploding with inventory, that it's just a narrative, that it's just, you know, fake data. This is real data. This is real data updated last week from Realtor.com data on inventory. And you can see everywhere in the Northeast, virtually every county, pretty much dang near every county in the Northeast. I can't see one where it's green.
Autopilot
has fewer
jumping.
homes on the market than they did in 2019. And it gets crazier. Check this out. So if I look at a metro like
Warping to Stargate.
Norwalk,
Warp
Connecticut.
drive active.
They have 74% fewer homes on the market than 2019. 74% fewer homes. From a count, just from a pure number standpoint, look at this. They have 1,476 homes for sale in that metro. In 2019, they had 5,700 homes, meaning they've got like a tiny fraction of the homes they had in 2019. Is this a flood of inventory? It's not. Not to me anyway. Flood usually means that you're going to increase something, not decrease it. So the Northeast is a great example of being completely wrecked from baby boomers owning the majority of homes. And if you look at zip codes, this is going to get nuts. And I had to actually check this information because I was like, man, this just doesn't make any sense. If I look at zip code levels in New Jersey,
Warping to Stargate.
12
Warp drive
of the
active.
759 zip codes have more inventory than 2019. Only 12 of the 759 zip codes in New Jersey have more inventory, more listings on the market for buyers to choose from than 2019. Well, I mean, that's just a microcosm of the overall problem that we're seeing with inventory. So you could feel locked out, sure you may.
Approaching Stargate.
And rightly so. And so I'm not here to give you false hope and tell you that, hey, inventory is going to explode next month and you'll be able to buy any house you want easily, affordably, with no problem. Because inventory, folks, is not growing at the clip that we need it to. Again, only up 6.8%. I mean, here it is right here, black and white. I guess it's blue and white. 1,203,000.
Autopilot jumping.
1,203,000 homes. That's it. Up 6.8% year over year. It could very well fall under 2024. It could. We could end up at the end of this year with fewer homes on the market. I don't know if you've heard this, but you're hearing it from the housing nerd. But we could end up this year with fewer homes on the market than we had last year. I mean, it is what it is. It just is. And so it's definitely something I think a lot of people are wondering, when is this all going to take place? When is this silver tsunami going to sweep us away?
The silver tsunami. I've never heard of it before. Drop pod landing site.
Autopilot jumping.
Stranger, let's meet up on Lemaire's ship. I'll square away payment, but I have a feeling this ain't over and there may be further paying work ahead.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive.
This one was good. I like this quest. This is the sort of quest I expected with this game that they didn't really do.
Autopilot disabled. Autopilot engaged.
I am stopping New Dharma. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I got my eyes on you.
So, this is our savior, huh? Figured you'd need someone else to do something useful.
Charming as ever. First things
Approaching
first, I'm pretty sure
Stargate.
the spacers got the winds. No contact with them.
All of them? My God.
Shit.
They were good people. And they died. Needlessly. Because we couldn't get our act together.
And I really think it comes down to
Scammed me time
the
and time
fact that
again,
it's
Alden.
not just the fact that we need more homes,
Jackie.
but the ones that we already have are not hitting the market.
Autopilot jumping.
They're not hitting the market.
What I'm proposing is a mutual defense pact.
And
Nothing else.
it's
Each of us throws
within
in our
somebody's
chips,
right to
and
keep a
goes
property.
and
Like there's
whatnot.
no law that says they have to sell their vacant home. There's no law that says they have to sell their rental property.
Warp drive
There's no law
active.
that says they can't just keep it forever.
The problem is, it does. I think we all
And
need
so
to cool off.
a lot of these boomers are going to age in place. In fact, according to this article I pulled from the Florida Realtors Association, a large portion of them, 69%,
Approaching
they feel
Stargate.
confident that they are
you are.
going to
So we're not
remain in their homes.
My family was
That they're going to remain in their homes. So
Now
many of these baby boomers are going to
I
pass
wouldn't hold
on
my- We need to co-op as our new mercy.
the
Mayor God, if she's a lost
wealth, the house, the equity to their kids. That's what they're going to do. Most of them. They're just going to keep the houses. Like, why sell it if you don't have to? And the cruel fact is that just the hard fact, the brutal truth is that they don't have to sell.
Hello,
Most of these
stranger.
folks do not have to sell their houses.
Autopilot jumping.
And when you think about the K-shaped economy,
I mean, I agree.
the
It's hard to.
wedge
much
between the
of a choice?
haves and have-nots,
It's not much.
this is a great example of that, because I think a large
Moving to
portion of the
Stargate.
20%, the
Warp
top
drive
20%, are
active.
boomers.
Come on, don't. No argument.
It's just the facts. They, you know, I'm
we
sure
don't have
you,
many-
maybe you agree, maybe you don't. But what happens when they tap this equity? Like they've got $17 trillion of equity in these homes. $17 trillion. Think about how, I mean, it's insane to think about, right?
I can't believe we're even listening.
If they have $17 trillion of equity, then what happens if they decide to access it? At the same time, I want you to think about what happens when the Fed continues to lower rates and not mortgage rates. I'm not talking about that. Let's pretend mortgage rates don't drop at all. They stay at 6.5. They pretend they go to 7. It doesn't really matter. But the Fed lowers their rate. What happens to a money market account? You know, the folks that are like T-bill and chill, or they're like, I'm just going to leave my money in a safe asset or safe thing like money markets. Well, that rate's going down. Every time the Fed cuts, my rate goes down. On my liquidity, you just get a notice, you get an email. Hey, you know, your rate, your interest has gone from 4.25 to 4, now from 4 to 3.75, now 3.75 to 3.5. So as that occurs, I'm wondering, let me know what you think, but I'm wondering if these boomers will not only take that money market money and move it perhaps into real estate, into more real estate. They could also buy gold. They could buy stocks. I mean, a lot of them love gold, right? They could buy silver. But the tapping of the equity at even a 7% interest rate, think about the luxurious lifestyles that they are going to enjoy. Cruises, cars, right? Houses, real estate. Again, gold, stocks, whatever. They're going to take this equity and do something with it. And if they don't do something with it before they die, somebody's going to get that equity. Like, it doesn't vanish. And something you may know or you may not is when someone passes their equity of properties onto a kid, if they do it right, in many cases, that kid reaps massive benefits. The offspring, they reap massive benefits from that wealth transfer.
Approaching
because,
Stargate.
Not to get too technical, but there are, and I'm not an accountant, and I'm not a tax attorney, I'm not a lawyer, I'm just a realtor and an investor. But I do know the rules around taxes and real estate and investing. And the advantage that real estate has when you pass it on is that the basis is reset. And so no longer are there 26 years of depreciation that have to be repaid on capital gains. If there's any 1031s that have been done through the years, the kids don't have to deal with that. So their tax base is set up for them to sell the property if they want to.
Moving to Stargate.
And realize all of the gain, all of the equity in their pocket. Or if they refinance it and keep the property, which if you're out there listening and you inherit a property, think long and hard about selling it. Think about keeping it. Because there's a lot of people right now out there that wish, want, hope, and pray that you put it on the market so that, and more people put them on the market so that they have a chance to buy a house. That's what a lot of people want. So if you have a home that you inherit from someone, think long and hard about selling it. Just think about it. The point is that this equity is not just going to sit there. Somebody's going to use it at some point. And I don't hear a lot of people talking about that in the economy. Like, they talk about all this doom and destruction that's coming. I don't hear anybody saying, hey, like, what about all the boomers and this 17 trillion in equity? And by the way, do you think this has anything, do you think the administration wants to lower interest rates because of the fact that they know that there's all this equity? I mean, I heard it just a couple days ago. I heard a clip from Scott Bensett, that the Treasury Secretary, that, hey, we need to unlock all this equity. It's something we have to do. That's how we get the economy moving. Now, do they need to lower rates? No. Should they lower rates? No. But even if they don't lower rates, I still think as people get older, as boomers start to age out, they're going to do something with that equity. If they don't, their kids will. In many cases, unfortunately, the kids will probably sell those properties and do something with the money, blow it, you know, buy something stupid. Maybe not, but you got to think there's going to be a bunch of boomers, because the boomers I know anyway are pretty conservative with their money. Like they're pretty frugal, and I think a lot of them are starting to enjoy luxurious lifestyles. I mean, people talk about like travel being down, for instance. It's in the U.S. They're like, travel's down, nobody's traveling.
Autopilot jumping.
I mean, I just looked at some snowboarding trips for this winter with my family, and I'm not talking about going to like Aspen. I'm talking about going to Snowshoe, West Virginia to snowboard. Yeah, people do snowboard out here. It's all nice, by the way. But we're talking about like this little resort in West Virginia, and the prices there are unhinged from reality. Like it's made it to the point we can't even go. Like it's $600 a night, and that doesn't matter. That's during the week. That's in like January. It's in February. $600 a night, and the lift tickets are $100 a person per day for West Virginia snowboarding. And forget it if you want to go out west. It's even worse. So the point is, I don't see any slowdown in travel. I mean, I've been checking out some different vacations lately. Man, prices are just as high, or higher than they ever have been. Plane tickets, hotels, food. I mean, I just looked at going to Chicago for the weekend with just, you know, a little getaway with my wife and I. Same thing. Nuts. Like, hotels are $600-700 a night for anything nice. So, I don't see boomers dialing that back. And I think we have to consider that when we think about the housing market moving forward over the next couple of years. I mean, there's not a clock. Like, there's no clock of dying
jumping
and leaving the earth, right? Saying, hey, on this date, at this time, all these people are going to leave the earth, and all these homes are magically going to come on the market, and then everybody can just run in and buy them for like pennies on a dollar.
Stargate.
Like,
warp drive active.
That's not how life works, right? I mean, as people get older, they take their time. Some pass away, some don't. They live longer. I don't know. I mean, over the next couple years, you will see more homes hit the market from boomers. But that doesn't mean that the market's going to be flooded with listings that everybody's just going to be able to enjoy. I mean, I think it's 75% of all the baby boomers plan on leaving their homes to their kids.
Stargate.
That's not going to be for sale unless the kids decide to sell it. But the part of the equation I think a lot of people are missing, in addition to the other ones I mentioned, is that a lot of the homes they're leaving behind are old homes. Homes that need all new wiring, all new plumbing, a roof, windows, a foundation work sometimes, especially if they're like vacant homes or rental properties. And I know because I buy them and fix them up, done a lot of the work myself, so I know what kind of condition these boomer homes are in, a lot of them. And so I think the actual ray of hope, or the opportunity coming up for you, if you're looking for a house, or you're like, I feel locked out, or you know somebody locked out, I think the opportunity is that they will probably sell some of these homes in the future, but they're old. They're just old properties. And I'm going to do another live tomorrow. We're going to talk more about what happens when they actually sell them. So I don't want to go too far into that in this live, but I mean, I just keep hearing this narrative over and over again that, hey, don't do anything, just stay on the sidelines because the demographic shift is going to change the Northeast. Okay. Well, again, let's see how the Northeast is changing.
Autopilot jumping.
All these brown areas of the Northeast are counties where there are fewer homes for sale versus 2019. And look at some of these numbers. They're going to blow you away.
Stargate. Warp drive active.
I mean, 67% fewer homes versus 5 years ago. Means they have 67% fewer listings on the market. Right? 58%, 59%, 52%, 48%, 61%, 62%. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. And again, let me just hit on this particular county because this one comes up in a lot of conversation for some reason. Westchester County, New York. Expensive county, right? They have 60% fewer homes on the market than they did in 2019.
Glad to hear you're back.
60% fewer homes. And guess what? Their home prices are continuing to go up. I mean, again, you just have to look at this inventory count. They only have 1,500 homes on the market right now. 1,500. Back before the pandemic, they had 3,659 homes on the market. So they just have nothing. They have no inventory. And so you tell me if that flood of inventory is coming. In fact, like, this is what's crazy. Look at these counties around New York and the Northeast. The brown means that they're down. Just look and see, tell me how many you see that are green. Like, here's one that's green, the Bronx. They've got 10.5% more homes for sale versus 2019. But Long Island, nothing. Whoops.
Approaching Stargate.
But if you look at, like, let me show you this inventory. And then I'll get some comments. Because I'm really curious what you think about all this. But, like, the brown states are where you have fewer homes versus 2019. And there are a lot of states that have fewer homes for sale still. I mean, the entire Northeast and the Midwest. I mean, I just heard somebody yesterday. I was listening to this podcast, and I almost ran into a tree because I was like, what are they talking about? Like, I thought I was going insane because I was like, I look at this data every day. I don't understand what they're talking about. They're like, yeah, the Northeast is definitely hurting. The Midwest is joining the party with more homes for sale. And I'm like, we still, like, I live in Ohio, we have 26.8% fewer homes than we did in 2019. Look at Illinois, 60% fewer homes. Look at Wisconsin, 42% fewer homes. Heck, even Mississippi down 11%. Louisiana down 11%. California down 9% compared to 2019. Wyoming, New Mexico. I mean, Kansas.
Approaching Stargate.
There are states that have more homes for sale, right? Florida, Tennessee, Texas. But make no mistake, it's not all over the place. It's not in every housing market by any means. Not even close. Not even close. And so that's what I'm seeing with inventory. I think a lot of these folks have had their homes for decades. And there's no rule. It makes a lot of people mad. And I don't understand the frustration with it because I understand the frustration, but I think it's misplaced frustration. Because a lot of these boomers bought homes when they were, younger, right? Or maybe they loaded in during 2020 or 2019 when home prices were lower and interest rates were low. They could have loaded in then too. But it's their property. And so I think a lot of people are frustrated that they have bought these homes. A lot of them are paid off. They'll have a lot of equity. And maybe the person feeling that way is locked out. They feel locked out and hopeless. But it's not hopeless. You can go out and find a property today, probably from a boomer, if you hunt hard and you're willing to do some work, some actual swinging of a hammer. And they don't have to die, and you don't have to wait on somebody to pass away to actually buy a home. And you don't have to wait for the market to crash to buy either. I mean, most people think it's a horrible time to buy real estate right now.
Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active.
And when there's less competition,
people have so much money.
It's a nice time to jump into something. At least try. And seriously try. Don't like look at Zillow, look at your MLS, look at Facebook. That doesn't count. You're gonna have to really look hard off market. But there are opportunities existing now. You just have to be willing to do the work. And boomers would sell to you probably. I mean, I've bought properties directly from boomers who are more than happy to sell them.
Stargate.
Sell them to us. More than happy to sell them. Why? Because they're like, you know what? I'm tired of this rental. The house needs a lot of work. It needs windows, siding, roof, foundation, wiring, plumbing. It needs a lot of work. Probably 100 grand in work. It's easy. Unless you're in the Northeast, then it's probably 500 grand. But these boomers are more than happy to sell it to you because they're tired of doing the work. A lot of these landlords from, you know, these landlords that own, some of them own less than 5 properties, mom and pop landlords. Some of them own 50, 100. And they're just normal everyday people. They're not like, you know, moguls. They're just average people.
Drive active.
And they are sick of doing maintenance. They're sick of the tenants. They're sick of, and then they do a lot of work themselves. So they're like, I don't want to get up on a ladder anymore. And so it's an opportunity for you to buy it, revive the property, maybe move into it. You could do that. You can move in, even if it's a multifamily, obviously, which is house hacking. That's one of the best ways to get into real estate. But yeah, there's a lot of opportunity out there now to work with a boomer and, you know, advance your wealth.
Approaching
maybe
Stargate.
your future, your kids' wealth. Instead of waiting on somebody to pass away, waiting on a crash that may never come. I'm not saying you overpay for a house. I'm not saying you run out and make an offer today that doesn't make any sense for you financially. I'm saying take action and don't sit around and wait for something, hoping that real estate nirvana will rain on you, you know, just because of people passing away. I got news for you. If these homes that they're going to sell, if they're good homes, if they're in decent areas, basically homes that you probably want, don't you think other people are going to want those too? I do. I would think that's going to happen. And some of these homes may never even hit the market. But again, we're going to talk more about what happens if they sell tomorrow on Alive. So stay tuned for that. All right, let me look at some comments. In about 32 minutes. What's up, y'all? Good morning to you. TH2. ET Blackbeard.
Approaching Stargate.
I'm in Rochester, New York, and houses were flipping to younger families until recently. Prices are getting crazy. Yeah, so look, I'm not going to say any names, but I hear Rochester too a lot in podcasts that say, hey, Rochester, New York is hurting. Lots of inventory, prices are falling and crashing. I don't know. You may not, maybe Blackbeard, you're not in the same area. Maybe it's not the same Rochester. Maybe it's like, there's a Rochester, Minnesota, isn't there? Maybe it's in Minnesota they're talking about. But I don't see that happening when I look at the data. Maybe it's shadow inventory or something, or shadow selling, or shadow pricing. Not sure, but this isn't playland. This isn't fiction. This is reality. And Blackbeard saying, hey, Rochester, prices are getting crazy. Man, thanks for letting us know. But that's what I'm seeing in the Northeast. It looks rough. Rough. Mrs. Coors Light, 2025. How you doing? Good morning. Good morning to you. You can spell my name right. Thank you. I'm wondering, when do you change that 2025 to 2026? When does that happen? In 2026, like January 1st, you go, like, gotta change my YouTube handle. Pretty cool. Is this low inventory due to low listings or to more purchases? Like, is inventory low and transactions are also low? A great question, Shane. So it's obviously market specific, but overall, new listings are not great. Right now, and I'll just show this to you. And by the way, today I'm not doing a full housing market update. I'm not doing metro looks necessarily. Just talking about this boomer thing. I will do a video, maybe a live over the weekend on the latest housing data. But let me show you this, which is the, so we know active listings. This is the latest Redfin data. We know active listings are only up 6.8%. Now, let me show you new listings. So new listings are up year over year, but only up 4.6%. So to your question, Shane, it's a combination. It's, I mean, we are well, here, I'll show you this too.
pending sales.
Stargate.
Let's look at pending sales of homes. I mean, it's up 1% year over year. That's it, pending sales. So demand hasn't rushed back into the housing market by any means. But what's occurred is that new listings are so low, sellers for the most part, are refusing to list their properties. Mainly because they don't have to, right? A lot of these sellers don't need to sell, because to sell would be to increase, their housing payment, because they have a low interest rate. They probably paid a lower price for a house. So they're like, I don't need to sell. So the combination of new listings being low, pending sales not being down year over year, although they're not up a ton, they're only up 1%. And then you also have an effect going on where people are delisting properties, meaning they have them on the market. They may put them on for for like a month, and then take them off the market when they don't get the offer they want. So a lot of it's called wish pricing, kind of delusional pricing, right? They're like, I'm going to try. If I don't get the price, I'll take it off, try again next year. So all that's working against inventory. And so when the Federal Reserve lowered it, when the Fed got involved and started buying mortgage-backed securities and did a lot of quantitative easing during the COVID crash, the COVID, lockdowns, that allowed a lot of people to borrow or refinance at a very low interest rate. And home prices, generally speaking, were about 50% cheaper than they are right now. Like nationwide, that's what we're looking at, about a 50% run up in prices. So think about it. You're paying only 3% interest rather than 6.5%, and your house is 50% cheaper. You're not going to sell. And that created a lock-in effect where a lot of boomers, particularly...
Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Cheaper than they are right now.
On your ability to procreate and raise children.
So...
Approaching Stargate.
Seeking to establish that he...
Oops. So I am trying to... I'm trying to ask the AI... in Starfield, I am wondering what's the name of the skill and where is it on the chart that allows you to fly higher classes of ships? Piloting. Temperature. Oh, here we go.
Moving to Stargate.
Oh, I can now fly a Class C ship, so I need to save up some money. Which one do I have? 156,000.
Alert. The enemy has returned.
Yes!
Caution forward.
My eyes! I've had enough of this!
Items deemed unhelpful to corpse.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Yeah, perfect.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Damn, this space station's so cool.
This is the first deep breath I've taken in months. I make no
Approaching
illusion.
Stargate.
Very diplomat. The rest of the... I know it's probably... But, I... Don't you dare. If you ever...
That's my ship. It looks so fucking cool. You can see my my cockpit.
Autopilot jumping.
That does look so cool. It's really beautiful modern art. It's got all this architecture in it and stuff. It's just as cool as Star Wars in a lot of ways. It's kind of like experiencing Star Wars firsthand. I want to do the Star Wars mod for this, but it's a bit overhauly. I don't know how it wouldn't crash a lot. I like no mods because A, it doesn't take very long to load in, and B, it's safe. You're like, I have some mods, but they're all Bethesda included, and they're like tested. They don't crash.
Approaching Stargate.
I imagine there's probably a magazine here, but I didn't find it if there is. So cool. It does have a lot of replayability. I like playing this game. I've got like 1,000 hours in this game. I have to admit that I like the game. I really love the game. It's a great little game for putting a lot of content on my channel. Because it just kind of keeps going. It always has like more stuff to do.
Warp drive
I need to look for more games like this. Like, I was thinking I might actually take a look at Daggerfall, because it is a medieval sim in the way that this is a sci-fi sim, and it's just as big and just as deep. Daggerfall's got good magic, but it's not as good as, like, probably Oblivion Remaster. Am I supposed to leave? I don't know. Let's follow the arrows. I don't think this is going to go anywhere I want to go. If I didn't see the magazine on initial perusal, I doubt I'll find it now, so... I love the atmosphere and the sound and the immersion. It's a great little game. The frame rate, it's running great on GeForce Now. It's running fucking great. Sometimes I think I don't probably need DLSS because I'm getting it from the GeForce Now client anyways. Let's just test that whole shebang. Let's see what happens if I just turn off the... I don't know, ZES, yeah, FSR3. I want CAS. Yeah, just run CAS. Frame generation is off. Yeah, upscaling off. No, I want the upscaling off. Yeah. Because GeForce Now already has upscaling.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I don't know. I think DLSS is better. Latency is better. Game does not look markedly better. I don't think it's like hard, so I'm just going to go back to what I was doing. There's stuff we could do for frame rate, like contact shadows and all that, but I don't know. I don't really care. This game doesn't need to. DLSS, DLLA, frame rate, frame gen is on, sharpening is all the way up.
Approaching
DRS
Stargate.
and film grain intensity, the intensity of the film grain effect. Maybe that should go up, huh? Oh, somebody's attacking me, are they? No. I'm just trying to move. Well, that's odd. Usually inventory... Oh, no, I guess that does make sense, yeah. So, go. Hi, kitty. Beautiful little kitty. You want some lap? I'm gonna sit up first. Hold on.
Warping to Stargate.
Okay, get some lap, kitty. Oh, no, it's lunchtime, isn't it? You're hungry, huh? Yeah, shall we feed you? Okay. Yep, sorry, kitty. Yeah, while I make her stuff, I'm gonna make something for me. There's paneer tikka masala. And I wouldn't mind some corn. So I guess I'll do corn first. Actually, I believe I'll do corn paneer.
Approaching Stargate.
This is going into the microwave. No, we'll do 3 minute. Yeah, 3 minute. I'll eat some pellet paneer for lunch today.
Autopilot jumping.
That's the next thing. Okay, the kitty. Time to feed the kitty.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Yeah, we're getting something for the kitty. We're getting something for the kitty. Okay, kitty, you ready for lunch? It's lunchtime for sissy time. Lunchtime for sissy time. Okay, you ready? All right, there you go. Special meal for a special kitty.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot disabled.
No! They kill me? No! Oh, I'm sorry, kid. I didn't mean to throw porn on you. No! Jump, 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 jump. What? It's a fucking... Why are you 10v1ing a fucking Algos? Why?
Warping to Stargate.
This took so long. Why? Ugh. This took so long to do. Why?
Disabled.
We keep losing Algoses. Why? I can't travel. I can't even travel to Bless without losing 5 ships, motherfucker, in 5 different systems. What the fuck? Why would you set me up to lose 5 ships, you fucking idiot developer? Oh. Oh, no. You can't do it? Oh. I avoid this one. No. This one's a camped. I need to go in a much smaller ship. It doesn't cost anything. I'm just going to keep firing it off. I'm going to turn off her voice, though. It's starting to really annoy me. I'll just keep going in an IBIS till they let me through or whatever. I don't want to hear the UI speech right now because there's just warp, 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 warp. And it's just like, I don't know, I don't really... Oh, the corn's done. I'm going to just go off in that direction now.
Because I do not experience boredom. Hello, I excel in the performance of menial tasks. Recommending auxiliary washes hands after collection.
I'm done here. Am I? I suppose I will mix a new drink. Hello, beautiful kitty. You want to go outside? It's not raining. You go outside, kitty? Go outside, sissy? Go outside if you want. It is kind of raining, Ashley. Never mind. No? Okay. Yeah, it's kind of raining out there, kitty. I don't think you should go out there. Eventually, the ice melts down and becomes the chaser for the next drink. These pants are all soaking wet because I walked across the field. Yeah, I think I went on dock, right? Yeah. Gotta level off that, which is good. The audition, meet the Upside Strikers. The Upside will help a Madam Savages. We're living together from the Disciples, a rifle gang. Speak to Apex, nearest to Kay's house, and Henrik at Apex Electronics. Rescue the bot, repair the mini bot, go to the distress signal. Dietrich Siegert. Let's go do this one, huh? Contraband. Damn it. Oh, yeah, let's ask the AI. Is there a way to get, like, the best Class C ship for free? The absolute best guarantee for free Class C ship into 2x5 missions. Capital R is a massive by incredible fuel. 35 on cargo space and great shields. Get it to complete side mission. Over designed. Cool. .38 power reactors, wow. Divine Prophecy 3. Or I can just buy a Class C ship. Mission am I on now? Oh yeah, ref landings. Talk to my back to the garage. Deep cover. I finished Over Designed, and apparently I did not leave.
Like nationwide, that's what.
I'm gonna watch the rest of this.
He needs psychological evaluation and treatment rather than standard incarceration. When he walks out, he has this very blank and timid body language. However, I will say that his gaze looks like he doesn't look out of it. Like his eyes look sharp. He looks like he is in a decent state. He's analyzing, he's observing, he's taking it in. And during the 3 days, oh, and I'm sorry, I keep referencing it as a trial. It's not a trial, it's a preliminary hearing. So it's a 3-day preliminary hearing, but we still get lots of testimony. So we have the police that went to the house, they're testifying, and then you have the ex-girlfriend who's testifying, and it's pretty much for the judge to determine when the formal trial, if there is enough for a formal trial, which there is, it just hasn't been set yet.
Oh, still?
Yeah. So it's still ongoing, but yeah, I mean, unless, which I think it's highly doubtful that they're going to have a successful insanity plea. I think that we can kind of predict the outcome of this case because the evidence is just so plentiful in this case that, yeah. The police, they testify of what it was like going through the house, seeing him in that state. I think during the trial, I would imagine that some variation of body camera footage would come out. I don't think a lot of the graphic imagery would come out, of course, and neither should it, but I think more of that would happen. The police talk about how Tony's arm was so severely swollen, it was almost purple, And I think that just, they're not saying that as in like, oh, he also has injuries, it was a two-sided fight. Like, that's not what they're indicating. They're saying that that is how extreme the punches were, because he kept going to the point where he is bruising up the entirety of his arm with the force of his punching. His left arm has some scratch marks, so there are defensive wounds that Ivy had left, but all of them are superficial. None of them would have produced really any blood that's covering him and the walls and the carpet and the door. I mean, there is blood covering every square inch of that room, really. They described how Ivy's face is completely unrecognizable, and Tony just had this very vacant look in his face. He was really calm when authorities asked him, what happened to your hand? And he responded coldly, I punched my wife. When? Yesterday. There was a suitcase. It's unclear. I mean, it's unclear if he would have fled if Wang and her husband didn't show up. It's unclear. But there was a suitcase. It was like haphazardly packed. Some say that it didn't seem like he had any thought to flee. And the autopsy concluded that Ivy was killed by severe blunt force trauma to the head, resulting from repeated and brutal blows. The manner of death was obviously homicide. There was severe skull damage, facial swelling, a broken nose bridge, disfigurement to her face that made her unrecognizable, widespread bruising and contusions on her face, arms, legs, and torso. There were no really strong defensive wounds other than a few scratches on his arm, so there was not persistent with a prolonged struggle. But even after Ivy is unconscious and dead, Tony does keep beating her aggressively, just like blow after blow without stopping. Something to note is that Tony is pretty tall. He's 6'2". Ivy is 5'4". She is also reportedly very thin. I mean, he doesn't strike me as like a gym buff. It's not like he's so muscular, but he's clearly much larger than Ivy and can easily overpower her. Ivy is maybe around 100 pounds, if that. The police present the evidence that they have so far to try and bring this case to trial. They show ring footage camera. This is before Wang and her husband show up to the house for that awkward dinner. So you can hear fighting from the front door ring camera. So they're fighting inside the house. You can kind of hear it. At one point, one of the cats escaped. So I don't know if one of them was trying to leave the house, but a cat runs out. So now they're trying to bring the cat back inside, and they're arguing back and forth of who's leaving, who's not leaving. It's clear that the emotions are really high. Everything is in Chinese. So a lot of the Chinese netizens and people who were in the courthouse were trying to decipher what was being said, because again, it's a preliminary hearing. So people haven't translated it professionally of like, oh, this is exactly every single word that was said, and like this is the essence of the fight. Some people are reporting Ivy doesn't want Tony to leave, and she's like trying to get him to stay. Other people are saying that Tony doesn't want Ivy to leave. It just seems either way, there's a very volatile fight happening inside of that house. Eventually, Tony is spotted leaving the house. Ivy is in a state of distress. She does call her parents, which she never does. She usually follows the very Chinese principle of like only report good news, not the bad news. Ivy's parents called Tony's parents. And because Ivy's parents are like, I don't know what's going on over there. They call Tony's parents. Tony's parents are like, he hasn't even talked to us in like a month. They're trying to get in contact with Tony and Ivy. Neither of them are picking up. That's when they call Wang and her husband. Tony comes back about 11 minutes before Wang and her husband show up.
We don't know where he went.
No. And then they present the cat footage to take this to trial. So that's really, I mean, they have other evidence. Obviously, they have the autopsy. They have probably, I don't know. I imagine Tony's the type to not say anything without an attorney present, because the police did indicate he just like would not say why. All he really said was like, I punched my wife.
But in the cat footage, what was happening? You were saying that there was a saw, there was some kind of motion. What was all that?
So the full breakdown, 12:21 a.m., Ivy appears at the back of the kitchen and she seems to be closing up. 1:04 a.m., the lights turn off. She heads upstairs. 4:43 a.m., Tony appears and his shirt is covered in blood. He's in the kitchen.
So you're saying when he appeared, it's already...
She's gone. And then 5:16 a.m., he appears again, and this time his right hand is more visibly swollen, apparently with the blood. 5:20 a.m., he's holding an electric circular saw in his hand up to his neck, but he doesn't turn it on or use it. And I don't think that he has any, from what it seems from all the reporting of people who heard about the footage. It does not appear that he was putting on a show for the cat camera. It doesn't seem like this was something that he was performing. Because that was a huge question of like, is he performing?
So he bring the saw to his neck.
Yes.
Never turned on.
No.
Like very quickly.
Yeah. But again, that's
We
not,
would know if he
I
turned
do
it
want to
on.
clarify that that's not indicative of him not being in a right state of mind. That's just, he probably doesn't want to deal with the consequences, but he also can't self-exit. Like, this is not saying, oh, he's out of his mind.
Mm-hmm.
And then again, he goes to the kitchen at around 8 in the morning. And then he tries to put a large knife to his neck, but he doesn't do anything yet again. So we can imagine
That's
that
a terrible
between
way to
1:04
die.
a.m. and 4:43.
Just biting into your own neck with a knife or a chainsaw or something like that. That's a terrible way to die. I don't think I could do it.
3 a.m., Tony brutally beat his wife to death with his bare fists, and then eventually tried to self-exit, but it didn't work. There was a suitcase. Maybe he thought about fleeing, but that didn't work. And then he was found in, quote, a catatonic state. So a lot of people, because, I mean, we don't know why he's done it because the trial has yet to formally begin, although
Hi, kitty.
I don't know when it's going to. But a lot of people have started coming up with their reasonings of why this happened. Because it doesn't make sense. Even if he were to, I mean, it's not that much reputational harm to get a divorce and split assets. None of this makes sense to people that are, I guess, in a right state of mind. So people have come up with just some bizarre reasonings. Some people are saying it was probably the layoffs and the intense pressure of work because both of them are on HB1 visas and he snapped. That's what some people are saying. I just think that it's highly unlikely. It doesn't make sense to me. I think that's like a really weird reasoning for something like this. It's weird. They're both highly educated individuals. Tony is highly educated. His parents come from money. Like he would have been fine. Even if he had to go back to China, he would have been fine. The ex-girlfriend also goes up to testify, and
No, this is
I would
something
say that her
psychological.
testimony is just a testimony of convenience in my feeling and my honest opinion, my personal opinion. There are times where she distinctly remembers how she felt in certain moments, and then she'll completely forget what she told Tony or things that she said in the Google document. As per the Google document, she says that, yeah, I don't mind sharing the whole thing to the world. I just want to make sure that it is professionally translated into English so that nothing is taken out of translation, nothing is misconstructed, misconstrued, like nothing is miscommunicated. It just needs to be done well. And then later she petitions to the judge like, this is my personal diary and I don't need it to be public, which they accept. So this Google Doc has not been made public. I mean, that's as of right now during these preliminary trial hearings, but who knows for the actual trial if it's going to become public.
So they only share a few quotes, is that why?
Yeah. And she was asked directly about certain quotes, and then when it becomes inconvenient, because people are wondering, like, in the Google Doc, were you making it a big thing about wanting Ivy gone?
hope we have what
Were
you-
you just saying things like, oh, if she were gone, we could be together? And this is not anybody saying that she instigated this or that she is the cause of this, because Tony is the only one that did this. But I think people are just trying to get the full picture of what's happened. And again, I don't like the ex-girlfriend. I don't think that she is somebody that I would personally be friends with or want to have in any personal or professional circle of mine in any capacity. However, she is nowhere near as vile as Tony. So there are some people who hate her more than they hate Tony, and I'm like, okay, that's weird. She is a bizarre individual with my personal opinion, a low moral code, but she's not Tony. Tony is still the one that did all of this allegedly. She keeps arguing in court that this Google Doc was just like a delete key for her. She just wanted to get out her feelings and delete it. But they're like, if you wanted to delete it, why'd you send it to Tony? Why didn't you just delete it? She also asked him to meet multiple times, according to her in the testimony, and one person states, how is this in any way deleting the past? It's literally the complete opposite. She's just stringing Tony along to feed her own ego, fishing for sympathy and attention because her own life is unraveling. A lot of people say in Mandarin, there's a saying that it's along the lines of like, you know you're a homewrecker and you still choose to be a homewrecker. So I think it's like this essence of you give people grace if they had no idea that the person was married. But the minute you know and you still do it, like you chose this. Also, to make it a little bit worse, she does get married while all of this preliminary hearings are taking place to her best friend's ex-boyfriend.
Welcome to the Freestar Collective. Please maintain your current course while we scan
Is
your ship.
what has been reported by netizens. I mean, I don't know them personally, so I can't tell you if they were really best friends, but people who knew them have come out to say, no, it was literally her best friend's boyfriend. Yeah. So people have commented, she always keeps an eye on other people's bowls. There's a classic saying that we are not afraid of thieves stealing, we are afraid of thieves coveting. There is a lot of, again, cultural nuance that I think is really hard for me to try and describe, but people don't think that Tony would throw away his life unless Ivy did something really bad, is what a lot of, not a lot, but a chunk of Chinese netizens believe. Because I think in a lot of East Asian cultures, this is like the dream life, to have this type of educational background, to come from a wealthy family. Nobody really gets that. So they just cannot grasp the concept that he would do something like this. And this is like, I wholeheartedly disagree and fundamentally want to smack the back of someone's head if they believe this. But it's an odd thing, but they think it. And so they've naturally come up with all of these reasons of what Ivy could have done. And the first comes down to Vids. Vince is like a UCSD lore. Remember I told you about Vince? I heard about Vince like
What does Vince have to do with this?
Yeah, so Vince is I don't even know how real Vince is. I think he's real. I don't know. A few years ago, I was sent this like PDF of this guy named Vince who went to UCSD. He's a Chinese exchange student. And this PDF file was so graphic. You saw pictures that he was like a sexual deviant. He would turn cameras on in classrooms, like at UCSD during Zoom classrooms, and he would be having intimate relations with people's partners, girlfriends. There was a rumor that he had such intense intimate relations with a pregnant woman that it caused her to have a prolapse in her back region. There were rumors that he got off on cutting off external private parts that men had, and he would eat them with noodles. And I saw a picture of what appeared to be one in a bowl of noodles, though it's unclear if that is connected to Vince, though it's unclear if that is a real picture. This has been I think a lot of Chinese Americans know the whole Vince lore, or at least have heard of Vince from UCSD.
So people just connected that just because she went to UCSD?
So people started manufacturing screenshots of her being in chat rooms with Vince, and then people started coming out with fake testimony saying, oh, I actually saw her in one of the PDF files, and she was one of the women that was with Vince. This is just not true. This is literally slanderous. Like, it's not, none of this is true. People were proving it because they were saying, oh, she was responding in this group chat. And then people who were in the group chat is like, no, I have the records. Also, like, why are you in the group chat? I don't know. But they were like, no, she's not in this group chat. So that was like the first round of rumors, was that he found out that she was involved with Vince, who everybody knows Vince, especially if you went to UCSD, and he snapped. They're like, that makes sense, which no, it doesn't. None of this makes sense, and none of it is true. Then the whole situation goes to, oh, she was a gold digger. Ivy was a gold digger. She was having an affair. She had an affair with her Chinese manager at Amazon, and that's why she was up for a promotion, which, by the way, is also categorically false. Her manager was not even Chinese. He was an Indian man. So, like, none of this story even makes sense. None of it is factually accurate. There's no evidence to back it up. There's so many holes in every story. It's factually incorrect. But they're saying that she was having an affair with her manager at Amazon. That's why he found out. She had moved to Google. And then she started having an affair with a higher up at Google and was trying to get a role at the Switzerland Google office because that's where that higher up was going to be. None of this has any evidence. None of it. I just don't know how she is equally as accomplished, but people are like, she was using him as a stepping stone. For what? For what? A stepping stone to what? Then a lot of people started arguing that maybe Ivy was aggressive and abusive first, and Tony just snapped after being berated. And a lot of this comes from the fact that this is like the dumbest thing I've ever heard, and I think it's a very small group of people, but when the news starts circulating, a lot of Chinese netizens are trying to come up with this theory. And they settle on the idea that Tony is from northern China and Ivy is from southern China, what the hell does that mean, right? So there's a stereotype that men and women from northern China are typically taller. So they're like, Tony's tall, he must be from northern China. And then she's from southern China, and women from southern China, some people say, are more aggressive in relationships. This whole generalization is very goofy, other than the fact that, okay, like one person is tall. Like none of this makes sense. It's akin to saying, oh, the perpetrator was probably from New York City because they're a lot meaner and a lot more confrontational than maybe somewhere like Kentucky. It's like, well, everybody can be mean. That has nothing to do with it. It's dumb. But people are saying, oh, well, he's from northern China, she's from southern China, maybe she was super abusive. And then that gets turned on its head. This already dumb argument becomes even dumber because it's revealed that Ivy is the one from northern China and Tony is the one from Sichuan, which is like the middle southern part of China. But then they're like, wait, he's from Sichuan, China? So there's almost like a meme in China where men from Sichuan, China, in the most endearing way, like it's seen as a very positive thing, they uplift their wives a lot, and there's lots of skits of how they're so scared of their wives, and they do a lot of the cooking and cleaning at home. And so people are like, oh, well, he's from Sichuan, China, which means that he probably was uplifting Ivy, and maybe she was super domineering and super aggressive, and he collapsed under her pressure and he lashed out.
Victim blaming is just so vile.
Yeah, and everyone that knows Ivy is coming forward and is like, you guys are fucking idiots. Like, I don't even know what to say. It's all lies. Like, it's just so dumb. So while awaiting trial, it appears that Tony has gained quite a bit of weight, which people are really annoyed by. It just looks like and this might not be true, but I think there is this feeling of like, look at him living comfortably while after what he's done, like it just
punched
isn't
his
sitting
wife
right
to
with
death.
a lot of people. He has high paid attorneys representing him, and there hasn't been a lot of press on this case, at least not in the United States, but there has been a lot of coverage on Chinese social media, on Chinese news networks, Chinese forums, and that's why we utilized our Chinese researchers, even though this is a case that's taking place in the US. And it seems that her parents couldn't make it to the preliminary hearing. I don't know if they've been able to make it since before the trial. I don't know how that's going to work. I can't imagine that the US won't give them a visa for the trial itself, but you never know with the climate these days. It did take 2 years to sell their house, but it was not devalued by much. It sold for around $2 million again. And Ivy's family has written in Chinese social media. Ivy has left.
Why do humans murder each other? What's the point of that? Just don't talk to the person ever again.
Even after all this time. No matter how hard I try. Thank God. I thought the Shaw gang was going to kill all the hostages in the bank. You were amazing. Thank you. We wouldn't have made. Listen, my family moved. Sometimes but Simone? So many people. Kind. Sorry, you want to talk?
Can hardly walk 2 steps
We
without
left
running into a
Sidonia looking for
bar.
a better life. We've been given there's as dark as the Simone, but she runs Milena's family. I'm looking for Milena's United You are Milena calls. Just
Thank you for saving my husband.
forever. Her beauty and kindness were frozen at the age of 27. We're heartbroken over the loss of our beloved daughter. With nowhere to express our grief, through this platform we wish to preserve a peaceful space for her, undisturbed and unjudged. May she protect herself in heaven, no longer sad and far from witness. A lot of people say the fact that people are victim blaming is just atrocious, but Ivy was a normal. I mean, it's crazy that. I think it's crazy victim blaming in any situation, but even more so with Ivy, because a lot of netizens are saying this makes everybody even more depressed because Ivy did everything right. They say Ivy was a normal girl with a healthy sense of right and wrong. She dated seriously, she got married. When she discovered his infidelity, she tried to set boundaries, and when she realized things couldn't be fixed, she planned to leave. Like, all of these things are the right choices for a girl, a woman. A lot of people have then come to the conclusion in China, and a lot of people have been agreeing with the sentiment of marriage is not a necessity. People are trying to give tips to other women saying, if you do marry someone who loves you. Like, we need to stop pressuring women to get married because they hit a certain age, because if you pressure a man who doesn't love you into marriage, even if you do get married, you never know what's going to happen. Not that Ivy pressured, but I think it's just the climate in China or a lot of places where as you get older, a lot of people are like, why are you not married? You're almost 35, you're 40, you're 30. But what are your thoughts on this case? Have you heard about it? When the trial happens, when and if the trial happens, we're gonna cover it, but let me know in the comments, what are your thoughts? Stay safe, and I will see you in the next one.
What do you still love me about, mermaid? Can I plant the seed for your soul?
Thanks for the assist. You're welcome to.
50% run up in prices. So think about it, you're paying only $3.
This will all make sense later. I recently became aware of a TikToker named Timber. What if I told you I'm in love with you? Would you still love me if I was a mermaid? Can I plant a seed in your soul? This will all make sense later. I recently became aware of a TikToker named Timber, and she has a bit of a problem. A stalking problem. You see, Timber is obsessed with a man named Dylan, and he's the lead singer of a band she likes. But not only does she like him, she believes she's married to him and that everything in his videos is about her. Now, this type of stuff happens all the time, but before the internet, we just hear about it. We wouldn't actually see it in real time. If you're like me, and this initial video came up on your For You page, you probably scrolled. But now it's sitting at 3.
I used to do this thing where I would modify the Explorer Foundation's properties for the executable so that it would allow sound in the background. How do I do that again?
Oh, it's
It is full of stars. Should have told me. Her and Marco are so damn proud. I'd love to help them. If you clear, I'd set up. Well, or either way. Marco does. You square things away. You take care of my legal issue. My family owes you. But I figure. It is full of stars. Give Elias a kiss if you see him.
No, I need to modify the executable itself because I use a no Steam executable. Okay. I love X4. I'm gonna go back into X4. It's in the stars.
It is full of stars.
It is full of stars.
You ever want to learn from the best? I'm a guy.
Yes? Speak quickly.
Hey, it's working. Yay. Can you recommend what edits to make to the X4 Foundation settings to make the controls exactly like Starfield?
Time to get some old school perspective.
May your bard's death be as swift as nothing
Take a load off. Have a cold drink. Unless you have somewhere better to be.
You're really making a name for yourself, I see.
Seriously, we're already months out of cadet school and they still won't bob us off with house jobs. We should be out there with intervention, saving the universe.
Oh, I see why he does what he does.
Kukri.
Pull up a seat. There's no judgment here.
Well, howdy, Tracker.
Okay, big man. That's something I beg. Think about it.
Yama, you tracked blood in all over my damn floor again earlier.
Yes, that was likely.
Well, could you not? Tired of cleaning up after you. I mean, look at you now. Not a speck of blood on you. You clearly know how to clean up after yourself.
For you, I will try to be more careful.
Fine. Well, maybe I don't make any promises to give you a clean glass to drink out of. How's that for you?
Empty space. Autopilot. Engaged. Autopilot. Disengage.
Wait! That one's missing. Why is it... Mission Command says to just deploy a new one. See? They don't even care.
Satellite.
It's as if they're keeping us away from the fight on purpose.
Trained pilots are among the most vital resources of the Terran Protectorate. Terran aces are known to decimate entire squadrons of adversaries through superior maneuvers. You, by contrast, have none of these qualities.
Gee, thanks, Nellie.
What can I do you for, young gun?
I don't mind this pixel.
Satellite. Autopilot engaged.
Diagnostics are taking a tad long on this one. You go on ahead. I'll catch up with you. I guess we're supposed to show off our superior maneuvers to these useless tin cans.
Feedback forwarded.
Typical.
That was a Fallout New Vegas joke.
Autopilot engaged.
Nobody's allowed outside the city walls after night.
Hello there. So good to see you. Good to meet you, friend. Name's Elias Cartwright. I'm the mayor of Aquila City. Now, I've got a memory for faces, and I can't say I've seen yours around. I make it a point to introduce myself to everyone who passes. As the founder himself once said, there's no substitute for a warm welcome and a friendly smile. You, my friend, appear to be a deep thinker.
X4 Foundations. How do I rebind how to scroll in and out on the map? No, this doesn't work. God damn it.
Credit for your thoughts. Nice weather we're having, huh?
Oh, look, I made it. I'm only 5 jumps away and they're all safe. Nice. I'm sorry, kitty. I gotta wake you up. Yep, I'm talking to you. Hello, beautiful kitty. I'm gonna wake you up and move ya. Oh, good kitty. Sorry.
You appear to be a deep thinker. Nice weather we're having, huh? Credit for your thoughts.
You wanna go outside?
Credit for your thoughts.
Yeah, I made it.
You, my friend, appear to be a deep thinker.
Disengage.
Oh, steering mode activated, middle mouse button, okay. Nice.
Nice weather we're having. You're more than... Yes, I'm sure you know. I like to think we don't rely. I won't try. However, I'd be more... Milena? She's a man. Why would you want to let... What? Listen, but we caught her smug...
Damaged, huh?